I missed you yesterday, Paula. Yeah, it was afternoon. I was south of Dallas and drove down to Houston. Yeah, I was asking. I wondered where you was at because you're always here. I was going to call you last night and see if everything was okay. Yeah, Rita Struce goes live on Wednesdays at the house. They're sewing. A bunch of ladies get together. And after she was live, I stopped and got fuel and lunch. And then I went live for a couple hours coming down. And they could have made this driveway a little bit wider getting out. This is LaPorte, Texas, guys. It's the south side of Houston. It's where all the most of the industrial stuff is around Houston. There is a lot of factories and stuff right in this area. About all it is. Hi, Marilyn. Oh, you're afraid of scaring me? Yeah, there's a narrow driveway it's a DHL, it's a delivery place and stuff. They got a lot of traffic for trucks, but I don't know who designed that. That was ridiculous. Trying to hurry up and get up through here before rush hour really starts. Hi, Linda. Yes, Marilyn, it's my daughter-in-law. She's probably at work. She's a manicurist or whatever. I forget what the job title is. She got her own little shop she works at doing nails. She's my favorite daughter-in-law. She's about the only family member that comes to my lives. And she's here almost every day except yesterday. She said she didn't get the notifications. Well, you're my favorite just because, some of the boys act like girls. Doesn't Cody act like a girl? And Jeff surely is. What am I? Oh, I don't know what it is. It's some kind of stuff in great big, some kind of chemical stuff. It's going to a chemical place. I dropped meat off down here, but I only got half of a load going up to Oklahoma. I, it's got some code numbers on it, but it's going to some chemical place. So I have no idea. It's not hazmat, which I like because I don't have hazmat no more. But they always kind of, a lot of these places keep it secret what the product is for some reason. Keep me in line. It's you girls that's always acting up. Whoa, bad road. Marlene, are you on Facebook? There's a lot of us on Facebook aggravating. I've been talking to the bunch of ladies this morning on Facebook while I was sitting around loading and unloading. Janet's one of them. Rita. See who else is in there this morning. Cheryl wasn't in there this morning. Cheryl's usually on there. I can't believe Cheryl ain't here yet. Her and Paula's usually the first ones in here. Oh, you don't do Facebook? Yeah, a lot of us share things, but then we go on Messenger and talk. You can get the backstories on some stuff. Oh, God. Hey. And that would hurt. I was going to go and see Jesse and Lisa lazy days ahead for lunch today, but Lisa had blood work. I never did get a message if they're done, and now I got to go on to Oklahoma. Hi, Toodles. It's uh, El Reno, Oklahoma, outside of Oklahoma City. I'm gonna get over. Probably won't be able to get over if I get up there further up. Smile up there. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes your privacy. You're right. There's a lot of things that are funny. I share to the girls. Like there was different things, on there. So mainly all I show or I tag where I'm at, so everybody knows where I'm at. My wife likes her privacy too, but she don't let just anybody join her Facebook. and she's got it on a private deal where just anybody can't look at hers. There's a big old bridge here. Get up on top of it, you can see all kinds of stuff. Hi, George. See, look, see all over Texas. Uh-oh. Oh, you go over the bridge every day, huh? Man, I'd hate to do that, driving this traffic every day. Oh, there's a car. Got a blown tire driving down the road. That front tire is blown on that car. I've loaded at BNSF, one of the warehouses anyway. I don't know if it's the one where you work at. I used to, George, do New York City when I was young. I had 15 drops out there every Monday morning. The deal was I started like at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I worked till noon. As many as I get, be like one pallet here and there, and then I could take them to a warehouse and drop them off, and then I go South New Jersey and load juice and come back to the Midwest. Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad out here. I don't mind coming around Houston in the evening. I got up this morning early. I actually was up here by the Pilot and the Loves, but I go to that old truck stop just south of it. Usually there's always some place to park, and I didn't have to be up to 8, but I still got up at 5 this morning, went down to Americold to unload. So, yeah, I try to plan my trips around here at different rush hours. I've done that years ago. That's a load. If you like onions, you can sneak one out, and I did, especially make you an onion sandwich. It's funny though, George. You can put them onions on a flatbed, just put the tarp on top and leave the sides open. But if you put them in a reefer, you couldn't just have the vents open. You actually had to turn the reefer on. I never understood that why, because they could still get air around them, but they always wanted us to cool them down. And then the moisture would come out from things. I'm too old to throw tarps anymore. I really like. I had a step deck. I didn't have a flatbed. I hauled cars for Jones Motor Freight out of Pennsylvania, but I'd haul everything else too. But I had ramps. Most time I just haul cars. I never had to throw the tarps much. But I had a stroke about 12, 13 years ago, and my right arm doesn't work really good. My wife didn't think I could be tying stuff down the right way, but you get a lot of exercise. Oh, George, did you see there's a YouTube short right now? I-80 out there by where was it? Somewhere in Wyoming. I'm not going to live that long, Maryland. But out there with Rock Springs or past Rock Springs, there's like a 20-mile. They're saying it's like 20 miles back up out there somewhere. Yeah, I don't move really, really good, but like where I was just at, I'm handicapped, even between my ears, Maryland. But I can't walk very far anymore, so I have to park. I got a handicap sign here in the truck, but I tried to tell the guys, "Hey, I'm handicapped." They wanted me to park way across this parking lot, and then they made me unhook the trailer, go park. They wanted me to walk in and get them paperwork. I pulled up the damn door. There's nobody there, but they got their little rules. I guess if they're busy, but whoa, you little Houston's going to bring the worst out of me. Hi, Gladys. We'll get up here on the tow road. It won't be so bad. I'm going to go around the Hardy tow road. It's cost a little bit, but man, it ain't much traffic. I knew you knew that. So I said it first, so you didn't have to. Yeah, an organ donor. That's what he was, too. There's a video. I watch a lot of YouTube. That's all I watch, do. Somewhere, I don't remember where it was at, but there was a car. They estimated he was doing 160 mile an hour and went underneath of a trailer. I mean, it just went completely under the back of a trailer, knocked the axle out. Hi, Sandra. Are you babysitting today? I had a cow catcher on the front of my truck, but it was ugly, so I took it off when I bought this thing. But I ought to put it back on. Then maybe I could just bump some of these out of the way. Oh, you're getting ready for your live? Okay. Well, thanks for dropping by. You want to watch somebody that really can sew? Go over and check Sandra Kay out. She's not as boring as I am. Nope, I never caught no cows. A buddy of mine hit a cow up there in Omaha, or by Nebraska, by Omaha once. I really haven't hit nothing in 40 years. I was going through across 30 in Wyoming going up towards Idaho, and I had a deer run into my drives and bit my hubcap. I'm in Houston, George. Come on, parking lot, get out of the way. Get around him real quick here. Act like a car, go from the third lane to the right lane. Well, I'll trade you. I'll sit there and sew, and you come out here and drive the truck. How about it? I knew you were going to do that, so I hesitated. And I'll even watch the kids. I like watching kids, the little ones. I used to too. I've done it so long, and it's not the same as what it used to be. There's no fun in it anymore. There's so much traffic. People are they're not courteous. Every once in a while, I'll get a car flash these lights and let me over or something. Most time they're busy cutting me off. Hi, Kelly. Oh, 30s. Well, I ain't gonna tell you it's 85 down here in Houston. Yeah, I know. Every time I can't spell anyway, Sandra, and then I go to do it, and then after I hit the send, I'll look back and read the comment, and I go, that ain't what I wrote. Yeah, yeah. Roads were built. Actually, the interstate system was built to move the military around faster. Deploy them to different areas. But the population has grown so much in different areas they can't keep up, and then they built, like along this highway here. This was not too many years ago. Was all housing and stuff here, but they took a part of them down and made this toll road up through here, trying to relieve some of the pressure off of downtown Houston. Uh, I think it's El Reno. It's just outside of Oklahoma City. They're on the west side. And then I'll probably bounce back up to Guyman this weekend. You can watch me here. I don't drive slow. I put it in gear and I go. Hey, Verna. I was home last week. Truck was broke down, so I left. When did I leave? Monday? Yeah, Monday, I guess it was. I'll probably stay out 2 weeks this time. It gives Shannon a break. If I'm home too much, it disrupts her routine. I won't drive tonight, Verna. I will be parked before it's dark. You guys know what I'm talking about. I say I don't drive on Halloween. I've seen people dropping stuff off of overpasses, pumpkins, and stuff going through trucks' windshields. So New Year's, I stop, and Halloween, I stop because you got all the drunk drivers out New Year's. But I'm always stop before dark, so I'm going to try to get just up south of Dallas. She does it all by herself, Kelly. Those are hers, and she takes care of it all. Now, her son does water once in a while or helps her unload the feed when she goes get feed, but not very often. But she does it all. She has downsized. She only has 16 females now. So she did have 30, 35? Make it a little easier, but she's trying to find a job where she can go on days. But she's been on nights for 2 years, and it's really taking a toll on her. Working 10 o'clock to 6. Nope, no Halloween driving. Pickup, I was going to get over out there, but you cut over quicker than I did. She makes really good money. The jobs she got, there's a lot of other jobs that they don't pay what she makes. She's actually a dispatcher for a trucking company too. She actually works for a battery place. They like interstate batteries, but it's not interstate. Uh, well, part of it is Ruan, and then another name. Oh, you got to stock up for the winter. Are you a bear? Do you hibernate in the winter? Yeah, Ruan's everywhere. Clarios. That's the other. There's. I don't know exactly how it works. Ruan's got the trucks, but Clarios runs the warehouse part or something like that. I'm probably saying it wrong. It ain't chocolate, Kelly. There might be some chocolate flavor involved, but it's not chocolate. Hi, Carol. It did. It was storming all the way up. It stormed at our house. I got really a lot of rain, and I watching the news around our house there. There's a lot of buildings blowed over, big old farm machine sheds, and they went all the way up to Iowa. Yeah, last night it went up through there. Marilyn, you need to get you one of Saint Bernards that's got that thing that hangs around its neck, just in case you have an emergency. No, I haven't seen none yet, George. And usually there was one yesterday when I was right here. I was coming down through here, and there was one working this area. There was a car sitting on the shoulder, and the Evil Knievel was chasing them down. I actually, George, wanted to do that when I got out of the Air Force. I went out to the Highway Patrol there in St. Joe. I took the test. It was winter time. I passed everything, and then they sent me to Kansas City to do the physical. And the guys there, after I undressed, Said, "What are you doing here?" I go, "I'm going to be a highway patrolman. I want to be one on a motorcycle cop because I love to ride." I live north of Kansas City up by St. Joe. And he goes, "You're not eligible." I go, "I passed everything. I got tattoos on my arm. They're below short sleeve level. And at that time, you couldn't have tattoos." He said you could have them removed and come back. And I didn't. So I become a truck driver and I aggravate cops now. Hi, Janie Jane. I scare everybody. One of our friends, he was a truck driver for UPS, and he last year he actually went through the academy and become a highway patrolman. Yeah, I could have been a Kansas City Chips. I could have been a Poncherello. They did tell me I could become like a DOT officer, inspecting trucks and stuff like that. But I didn't want to do that. I want to be out on patrol. How much? It varies, Kelly. We only have 3 acres total, and it depends on how you take care of them. You could, we rotate our pastures. We got hot wires, and we divide our fences up a little bit so they're not. Hi, Rhonda. We don't let them stay in one spot. We feed a lot of hay, different times. Like we'll dry lot them in the winter where they're not on the grass, so they don't eat it all the way down. And we just feed them hay in the wintertime. There for a while, actually goats don't eat that much grass. They more like weeds or leaves, trees. And I did have, what was it, three? I had 2 cows. Or we've had other miniature cows one time, but then I got a small herd of Herefords because they would eat the grass and keep the control down. I actually had to mow the field this year. It rained so much because the goats weren't eating enough to keep it down. We try to keep it mowed. Uh, I'm in a Peterbilt, 389 George. I got a Kenworth for sale in the yard if you want it. Well, it's hard to reach out on this road bouncing. What are you guys doing? Man, wait the last second to jump off an exit. Yeah, they have, George. A lot of them are making total pay to park. They're taking out the restaurants, putting fast food in. I like the first sentence. Randy, you're right. I'm always right. Yeah, TAs and Petros used to be your go-to truck stops for truck drivers, but they're tourist traps. And then the fuel is higher at them. Whoa, guys. You know, they'll be 60 to 70 cents a gallon higher at the TAs and Petros now. I used to work at a place, or I could use Mudflap and different apps, and they would honor that, and it'd be cheaper. But where I'm at here, we don't get no discounts. Be right back, guys. I got to cross over some lanes here, and we're just now getting on 45. Thank you, Car. That was a nice one. He let me out. Oh, I've been right a couple other times too. Yep, now I'm in the big freeway. What are you doing up? No, I'm going to El Reno, Oklahoma. Oh, by the way, babe, I didn't get paid for my deadhead from Dallas to Guyman 2 weeks ago. I did get going up to St. Joe, but they said because I turned that load down that when I was tired, they're not paying me. So we had words. Man, you're going to turn into a pumpkin or something. I mean, what time is it? I can't see it. It's only 3 o'clock. I got to watch what they're saying. So I drove 550 miles for nothing 2 weeks ago. I know, Shannon. You just missed me. You missed the sound of my voice whispering in your ears. Kelly's been talking about your goats. Now you can just ask her, Kelly. Yeah, I give her an earful. Yeah, I did too. I first seen a video of that. I go, what? Maybe I can retire and we could rent our goats out for the goat yoga. Yeah, there's some big old fluffy ones. George, because I'm a veteran, I stopped watching football a few years ago when they were kneeling for the flag and all that shit. You guys are making millions of dollars and then not supporting the country. I listen to a little bit or get little deals about, but I don't follow or watch steady a game anymore. I aggravate people that do watch when I'm in their areas. I've seen some highlights of the baseball game last night. Man, New York, they just sucked. They couldn't make a play. No, they've kind of stopped it. That's why I went back and started listening to highlights. I'm not fully back watching, and they did away with some of them bad players, like the one that was from San Francisco. He's kind of blackballed anymore. What was it? Started with a K, Knapp or something. I can't remember his name now. How to say it? Oh, we're slowing down. Yes, they are, Kelly. I mean, there is a few of them that help out a lot of charities, but there is a lot of them that are just drug addicts and woman beaters, and dang it, I was going to wear my tight pants when I come up to see you. Great, it's 3 o'clock. It must be an accident because it shouldn't be stopped up through here yet. Hi, Victoria. I'm waving, Victoria. I'm leaving the area. I am, well, I'm not even voting. My wife is, but I get discouraged too much. I would like to have a civil conversation with one of them liberals someday. No arguing, no hollering, just their point of view. I understand Trump is a loudmouth and he calls people names, which he shouldn't be doing all that. But what he tries to do. Oh, I don't pat other guys' butts. His policies and what he tries to stand up for, I like. I don't like. He's an old grumpy man, a New Yorker, so he's got a mouth on him. And most of the country have never been in. People have never been in New York, and that's how people talk out there. And mostly, it's. I'm sorry, it's people up north. Period. We got the Yankees and the Southerns or whatever, and it's the way the culture is. So it rubs people the wrong way. And then we're in a society now that everything's got to be, if you're playing sports as a kid, everybody gets a participation trophy. There's no win or losses or anything like that. Nope, we shouldn't. Yeah, I understand the strategy, but you can use other words to do it. Because I feel when you call them names like that, you're just making it worse for. I've never didn't know anything about JD Vance, but if you watched his interviews or his debate, that man has the vocabulary, and I don't. He can turn things on people with their own words and not have to be rude about it. I don't know what he stands for really or nothing like that, but he can talk and, have a conversation with people. Yeah, I was in the Air Force. I was in civil engineering. I was in the alarm systems. I took care of all the alarms at different places, missiles, base, and different things like that. I had a top secret security clearance. I'd go around working on security alarms. I guess it's because it rained right through here. Everybody slowed down. Yeah, it's got it dirty a little bit already. I went 2 days without getting it dirty. I actually had to wipe my mirrors off, windows, so I could see the back end this morning. It sprinkled a little bit last night. All right, Marilyn. Everybody has their choice, but sometimes people need to talk about things. Hi, Matthew. That's one thing that's wrong with our society. People don't want to express their feelings or talk about things, afraid they're going to hurt somebody else's feelings. Oh, well, that ain't no good. We got a GMC too. Got heated seats, man. I love them. Yeah, Victoria. That's why I say I'm not a Republican or Democrat. I'm an independent. I have my own mind, but I'd like to hear. I lean more towards Republican. There's certain things they do I don't like, but I'd like to hear their sides too. Maybe there's always more than one way to do something, and there might be an easier or cheaper way, to fix something or whatever. But nobody sits down and talks about it no more. It's either my way or the highway. I actually was stationed at McCullen and Travis Air Force Base, George. Oh no, I'd screw it all up, Janie. I got my opinions too, but I still like to listen to talk to other people. I mean, when I was younger, I hung around the old people learning things, being carpenters or working on cars, and I've always tried to get more knowledge from different things. That's what me and Janet, that's on Rita's, she got a big old deal she did 4 years ago. We were talking about this morning when they was calling Trump a clown and all this. And somebody wrote a really long paragraph. If you're friends, I can't remember Janet's last name. Look at her Facebook. Read that read. It's a long read, but it's interesting and it's all facts. Yep, they did. I remember that. I mean, when they debate now, it's always just nothing but the facts, and then the fact checkers aren't checking the right way or the right person. They're not, they only fact check one person. They don't, they're not equal. I mean, I listen to Fox a lot, but they're not always right. But CNN and some of them others, they're more wrong than others. I liked it. I don't know if you guys heard, but was it the Washington Post? First time in years, they're not supporting any candidate. So if they're not supporting a Democrat like they usually are, means they're not caring for that person. Yes, you do. Yeah, when you walk in somewhere, some people walk in with a closed mind and have no clue what's going on. They got it already in their mind. This is how it's going to be, and they won't bend a little bit. But we're all Americans. Don't matter what color we are or nothing like that. But we all have to live here, and we all want to prosper, and be wealthy and whatever, and have our freedoms and everything. So there ought to be a way that we all. I mean, it's like here on YouTube. We have people from all walks of life and countries in here. I have people from all over. Like Janie's from the UK. I get people from India. I got people from Germany. We have conversations all the time and talk. And we're from different countries or different parts of the world, or the states. And we all talk about things. Yes, they are, Janie. And they don't just report the news anymore. They make up stuff, trying to get their ratings up so people watch them. I never have been one that could communicate very good. I was really bad with English and speaking, out in public or on speeches. I took speech class, but it never taught me nothing. I just never one that could do that. I think that's one of our big the illegals coming over. I mean, our country is made up from all different countries. That's how it was started. But you come in here right way, become a citizen or whatever. But that's what's hurt our economy. I think because you get a flood of people come in a short period, your job market goes down. You know the housing prices go up because there's no houses. So if they could just moderate that, and somebody said the other day, one of them news deals or something said that we we're not having. I think it's Biden. I think he said that we're not having as many kids anymore, so that's why they're letting more in because we're not growing. Well, I kind of do that, Kelly. I When I first started my channel, it was to help other people. I don't care who they was, let their YouTube channels grow and bring them together. I mean, it's like here, a lot of you guys are from Rita's. When we go to Rita's, there's a lot of people who's been on my channel, goes to Rita's. But I did that for several other channels too. I mean, Jamie comes to Rita's once in a while. She was in here and Rita come in. And I try to help people. I used to donate a lot of money to different people. I mean, a lot of money. I think, George, some of it is the women are more independent somewhat anymore. They're more outspoken. Used to, they really didn't, you know, uh, get involved. And there's a lot of people, the way the times are, can't afford kids when they do get married. So they wait or whatever, or wait too long, but they don't want to bring a kid up in this day and age. Okay, it wasn't uncalled for like I've come from five kids in my family, and back when I was younger, that wasn't unusual. People have four or five kids or more. I mean, my dad's best friend, he had 13 kids. Yeah, and then like the Amish, because they take care of everything. They have big families, but yeah, it wasn't uncalled for. My mom came. There was what, seven sisters and a brother. That might have been a good idea. I got four kids from my first wife, three girls and a boy, and then Shannon's got one son, but she wasn't able to have any more kids when we got together, so we did try. Yep, they do. They help each other. And did you see what? Look on YouTube. Amish is supporting Trump. They got their little wagons, horse-drawn buggies or whatever, with flags, American flags on it, and they got Trump signs hanging on their buggies for parading in different areas. They, I guess, I don't know what Biden and Harris did a bunch of stuff to their land where they can't do things, so they don't usually vote, but there's a big deal on it, a YouTube video of it talking about that they don't usually get into politics, but it's even hurting them now, so they're getting involved. I didn't know that, Kelly. We got a little nursing home in our little town there. We got my niece works there, and her mom did, so she got sick. And one niece's husband works there. Two of my aunts have retired from it, but we're in a small community. Yeah, I don't like animal abuse too. I've told the story the other day about my brother-in-law on here, or ex-brother-in-law. Well, George, we're going to have to disagree on this because I'm not religious. I don't try to tell nobody not to be or to be. I feel if you want something, you get out and work for it and do what you can do the best. There's nobody going to help you. Just do it. I talk to a lot of people that are very religious and I get along with them and they know I'm not. They don't try to push it on me. I've told the story. One of the reasons why I'm not. I grew up as a Baptist, and there's a lady that comes on here. I think highly of her. Her father was a preacher, and she was abused by a Heisman in a church over and over for like 7 years. Years ago, well, why'd you have to call your dad? Is it his birthday or something? Oh, okay. I'll send him a text. He won't know who I am, but I'll send him a text when I get part. Here comes the rain. Man, you don't wake up in the middle of the day to call me. 73, huh? He's only 9 years older than me. I will. Kelly was talking to you earlier and you disappeared. She wants to come and meet your goat. She don't want to meet you, but she wants to meet the goat. Yeah, I'm 64. I'll be 65 next year, and I don't have to buy a fishing license. Yeehaw! I better slow down. I thought I was in the 70 miles an hour zone, but it used to be longer, and I had her shorten it. What was it? I forget how it went. It was white shoulders, boar goats, and farmstead, I think. Heck no. Not even close. And most of the goats are nicer to me than she is, all except Christy. Christy hates me. She tries to bite me every time I go out there. We can. It really doesn't get hard enough. It does every once in a while, but just a little ways north. My dad had a friend, about 75, 80 miles north. He used to go ice fishing all the time right there by the Iowa border. I've wanted to go. Me and my dad was going to go with him one time. We never did make a trip. They're both gone now. Yes, Janie. I like to. Daniel is always talking about going up there. I become friends with Daniel, and he's always out there on the lakes. And I've been trying for a couple years to go up and meet Daniel, go fishing with him. Christy is actually a half milk goat and boar goat. We had a milk goat. Shannon milked it all the time, and she had complications at birth on Christmas Day, and we had to put her mom down, but we got Christy out. So I All right, George. Later, I was loading somewhere up there, and this guy had a nice, he'd redone I think it's a '74 or '5 Ford pickup. It was jet black, 4-wheel drive, raised up, and he had it in his office pictures of it. And I go, man, that's a beautiful truck for a Ford. I mean, it's all decked out. He goes, it was. I go, what do you mean it was? What happened? He was out ice fishing, and it went in. Oh, they do? That'd be cool. Hi, Joe. Joe, are you dressing up as a pogo stick for Halloween? Yeah, I see people checking it, drilling, and seeing. How thick does it have to be? I know I watch ice road truckers once in a while, but how thick does the ice have to be before you? I know you can walk on a little sooner, but before you can drive your pickup out there. Oh, that would be cool. You could go as what was it? Not Captain Hook. It was the pirate. Damn, I can't think of the pirate's name now. Oh yes. Yeah, Peter Pan did. Yeah, but there was another one. An old pirate walked around. Oh, dang! I can't think of it. I can see the movie, but I mean, Joe is kind of skinny. She could stick her arms straight out. I can think of the boy's name. He was John, and I see the movie, but I can't think of the dang name. Yes, Joe does. But in her situation, if you dwelled on all the bad stuff, you never have any good days. And she does get to have a few days that are good, even though she's in pain. Joe, did you fix your speaker? Man, we could not hear you. Usually you're blasting everybody out, but we couldn't hear you last night. Come on, guys, it's 75 mile an hour. You can pass the cop. What's boring me? You stupid little. You guys see that? The car wouldn't pass the cop, so it cuts me off. Joe, you can come up if you want. If you feel like it. Or you could go as, I think Captain Morgan's only got one leg. You could get one of Maryland's whiskey bottles and go as Captain Morgan. Now as cop, I'm going to pass him. He speeds up. You guys know this? I go to Miss Rita's every day, and she didn't show up on mine yet today. Hey, Joe, I seen you earlier playing out in the shit pile. You need to smooth that road out going out there. You was bouncing as much as I do. You guys don't hold it against him, but he's from New York. He's actually from the good side of New York, over south of Buffalo. He's a pretty good landscaper. Got a really nice truck stop by where Joe lives. We went out and ate one day. Man, really, really good food. About time, Shay Shay. I thought I was going to get by without having to see you today. Shay, you never did come up yesterday. You said you was going to come up. You never did. Oh, you're still hauling stuff, Joe? Oh, no. Man, that was a good diner. I love the food there. There she is. Sorry,
Don't
guys.
come for
I got to
me,
bring her
Mr.
up.
Randy. My cell phone is never charged. I never have any juice.
Do what?
I never have my cell phone charged.
I know it. I don't understand you.
I don't
I
use
mean,
it for that much stuff. So,
most women
yeah,
are on their phone 24 hours a day. They keep their phone charged up.
I, I don't need it that much. So I just have enough to just do the little stuff I do. And now this video calling takes a lot of energy. I didn't know.
Yes, it does.
Am I
Mine's
loud?
plugged in going down the road.
Am I being loud or anything? Let me know.
It's just a little bit, but just certain times it's not as bad as it was the other day.
Let me go in the thing and see. Where was that at? Settings, audio.
Oh, somebody else in the basement. I think I know who it is.
Okay, now how am I
Yeah,
now?
that's good there. Leave it there.
Okay.
It's trouble.
Mhm.
It
Who's
always,
Well,
coming?
it
Who's
always.
guys,
coming?
everybody, it's been nice talking to you because I know I'm not going to have a chance now with these two up here. Here we go with the Shay Shay and Joe show.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Hey, Jack.
Randy, you're a mess.
We're about to take over. We're taking over the show.
Randy, I don't know what was going on with my microphone last night.
It sounds good tonight. I mean, it's tolerable. Your voice is really sucks, but I can hear it today though.
Yeah,
What
I
was going
try
on with
and.
the mic?
Well, last night it was just being weird. They kept saying
Last
it.
night we couldn't hear her. I mean, like right now it's crystal clear. Last night it sounded like she was whispering.
Wow.
No matter what I
And,
did, and they said it was making weird, like
and
after.
then it's making spooky sounds.
Hi, Victoria.
Mm. Yeah, it was making really spooky sounds in the background.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Let me see who else. New
Randy,
image
were you
landscape.
thinking of
Hi, new
Robin
image.
Hood?
Do what, Joe?
Were you thinking of Robin Hood, the bandit?
No, no, it's a pirate ship movie. I remember there's a young boy gets on the ship. They go to an island looking for treasure, and the boy's name is John, I think. And there's a captain or something, and there's a doctor, but
Oh,
there's a pirate.
yeah. I think it comes out of Treasure Island, but I could be wrong.
Maybe it is. That's it. Treasure Island.
Oh,
That
okay.
that guy on it had one leg.
My mother was born and raised in Albany, New York. Maybe that's what was wrong with her. Actually, there was more than that wrong with her, but we're just not going to go there.
Albany and Buffalo, it really ain't that bad of an area. I like that area of New York.
Well, I've been up there a couple times. I was up there when my grandpa died in '76. It is beautiful.
It is.
My brother went to Cornell, so, but yeah, my mother had her own special kind of problems, and took them all out on me.
Joe goes live once in a while, and he shows some of the country and the farms and stuff. was out on the farm today moving dirt around.
Who?
Oh, I'll have to check that out. I
Whose
watched.
channel?
That new image landscaping.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's Joe.
Hello, Joe. Um, my brother went.
Kelly, don't hold it against him. He drives a Ford too.
Hey, Joe, you know about the Carrier air conditioning factory? That was my great great, maybe third great uncle, Carrier Willis, who started that. He invented what we know as the air conditioner.
Wow, that's pretty neat.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, shit blowing off of a trailer up here.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I just seen something blow there, but I don't see it on the road.
You know, you want to hear something funny?
Sure.
I could not figure out why the power of my braids was endless yesterday. And it's because I usually make six or eight, and I made 21. My brain just was not functioning yesterday.
Kelly wants to know what you're making today.
I'm gonna be
I know she's talking to you, Joe, because Shay Shay doesn't do anything.
Yeah, just me.
um
Just here.
I'm gonna be putting together probably about 15 or 20 of these guys real quick,
Oh, those are gnomes. Okay.
and you can put a magnet on the back, or you can hang them up.
Okay.
And I would have had them done earlier today, but it took me 2 hours to find the extra bodies because I moved things around in here. So, and then I just had a nap. Oh, I found something else. Hang on a minute.
He was
Hold
talking
on.
about you couldn't get organized this morning. You should have seen the deal I shared to Rhonda and Shannon this morning. It says I can remember the songs. It's a little joke deal. I can remember the songs in the 60s, but I can't remember what I went in the kitchen for today.
True. I guess so. Be true.
So I make these jar openers, and they have fabric on them, so it makes it easy on your hands when you need
Mm.
to. And I make this size for regular jars, and then I make small ones that are like 4 inches that you can stuff in your pocket to do a soda bottle.
Does it really work?
Oh yeah, I've researched out the best little shelf liner, but yeah, these things work. And then
Wow.
and they look nice on your counter, and then you can use them as a coaster if you
Okay.
need to, because they don't slip. Yeah, they
Are
work.
they're washable, ain't they?
Yes, sir. They are. They're 2 layers of cotton with the little rubber grippy backing.
Okay.
So,
You need to talk to your friend and start sending this stuff on the Etsy store or whatever.
um, yeah, Randy, my niece has been trying to get me to do that, but I don't do
Or
this.
you got your channel going now. Start it on
Yeah,
your store on your channel. You can put the
that's
links in the bottom. Start a store.
yeah. That I may do that because I do it non-stress, you know, um, because
Oh
I
yeah, you
never
don't want to
know.
be bombarded with orders and have to rush.
Right.
Okay.
This is sanity. This is pain relief. This is distraction. So, um, and I'm getting ready to have my 10th surgery in 4 years. I take care of my sister. Some days are just so.
So when do you already know when your surgery is scheduled?
Um, well, I'd hope to have none this year, and I'm getting ready to have number 4 in November.
Oh
So,
shoot, we're stopping. I got a
Uh-oh.
whip. I can crack the whip and
thank
keep you
you.
going.
There you go. Like I got
We
this head cold. Or Monday and Tuesday the mayhem with the dogs and the cats. I mean that
yeah, if you
was
guys don't know, Monday and Tuesday, Joe had some wild pussies running around and made mayhem of her house.
yeah, and we had some unalive cats because they were stupid.
Come on, people, you can see it. You don't have to cut me off.
I saw that one.
And and a lot of people don't realize that it takes 50% more energy to do anything on one leg than it does on two. They've done
Okay, I
I
studies.
want to.
got two legs, and it takes a lot of energy to move me around.
So, so normally what I do is the bits and bobs, and then I just put them all together, and then I'll work on my next thing.
So
And I
what do
was
you kind of
hoping,
do? Like build up a certain amount before you open the store?
well, my friends and stuff, my friends and people I bump
That's
into,
it, Kelly. Jim Hawkins. You're right.
I give,
Treasure Island. Yeah.
I give, I probably give half of what I make away, um, just as God leads, and the rest, it's like, um, I'll sell for a little bit here and there. My friend does have a vendor mall, and for just a little bit, she lets me put things in there if I want. I can go up on the corner 5 minutes away on Saturday and spend $5 and set up a table. Um,
I'll make you a sign when you're standing on the corner.
yeah.
Please, please don't let Randy be in charge of making the sign. No, don't do it. Randy, what kind of sign you gonna make?
I don't know. I gotta think of something first.
It's go-
There's a YouTube guy. He makes cardboard signs for homeless. He charges them $1 for a cardboard sign because they don't have the cardboard or the marker to write it down. Will work for food or
uh,
whatever, and he sells it to them for $1.
that's
wow.
wrong. That gosh.
I've seen that a couple years ago. I thought it was funny. He had a business going around just selling the sign to the people
I
standing around.
I mean, it is funny, but it's not fun because you're one day away from being homeless. I mean,
We all are.
literally anything could crash into your life and you can be in that place.
You
You
know,
know.
they interviewed some out there in Nevada and Reno, or not Reno, Las Vegas, because there's a lot of them around there living underneath the bridges and stuff. And they interviewed a few of them, and some of them actually were really businessmen or women doing things, but they got tired of the workforce and stuff, and they said they enjoy being homeless. They can survive on just enough of what people gives them, and they don't have to worry about nothing. They actually interviewed on, I think it was 60 Minutes. I've seen a documentary on it once.
Well,
Sounds
sometimes
about right.
they do bail because of the stress. Shay, you seem low. Your volume seems low to me.
Well, Randy has his ear things in it and messes with him, so I'm
She
trying
turned
to.
it down. She turned it down for me. So turn your hearing aid up.
Okay, I'll turn my hearing aid up. Am I too loud, Randy?
No, you're all right. Both of you are all right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Sometimes when you both get talking, I gotta have my headset on because if I don't have it on, you can't hear me when I'm driving. All the
Right.
road noise.
Well, if I'm ever too loud, you just tell me, Randy. I know on Miss Rita's, it's like two or
Oh,
two or three people will go. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. What do you want,
I
my?
didn't do it, Jay. You did it.
I did. I hit the wrong button. I'm over here fumbling around trying to find the chat and do.
And my thought is, you want my preacher's voice?
Okay. How long? Where you headed to, Randy?
Oklahoma.
Oh, okay, you leaving Texas back to Oklahoma.
Oklahoma, where
Okay.
the wind comes
Oh,
sweeping down the
from where
plain.
I was at, it's about the only way to go. Well, I go to Louisiana or something, but I gotta go back north.
Oh, okay. You got a load or you just going home?
No, I got a load, half of a load, only half of a trailer load.
Oh, okay.
He
And
normally
don't
only
ask me what it is. I don't know what it is.
he
It's some
normally
chemical.
he normally only has a half a load.
uh, but a half is better than a quarter.
Ooh, ouch! Yeah. So, like a lot of times, like with my gnomes, Randy, I'll make the noses like when I'm sitting in waiting rooms and put them in until I get a bunch, and then I'll sometimes work on braids, and then I can assemble on them. And I like to make 12 to 24 because they just disappear. And so that's what I do with my key fobs. I'll make 12 to 24 because they just disappear here or there. So and it's easier when I make my gnomes to get all the little pieces and then just put them together because I can put them together like that if I have the harder bits done. But then I these are my favorites are from Joann's, and last year they didn't have these colors, and this year they've only gotten bright pink in. So I had found a bag with several gloves from them from the year before, but I couldn't find it, so I had some pretty looking homebodies. So um, you can get them anywhere, but for the price, these are the best texture.
How much you get out of them when you sell them?
$5, $5 a gnome.
They got pretty popular for some of the big ones they set in the yards and stuff. Like
Mm.
it used to be like I I bought years ago from my ex-wife and at her grandmother a pottery shop. We bought it out the molds. I mean, I had like 1,500 molds, but the
Wow.
grapes, the California
Yeah.
grapes were really popular then. Man, we
Uh,
sold the heck out of them, and then the milk cows become popular
mm-hmm.
for some reason.
Yeah, I did ceramics out of my basement, ninth to 12th grade. I bought up a bunch of molds and did my own little shop out of the basement. That was a lifetime ago.
That was back in the '80s. We did had the shop doing that.
Yeah,
I do all the firings right after I got out of the Air Force.
it was so popular, Andy. You know.
It was. They had classes. They actually had people coming over and teach them how to do it. And the school, my mom would go and sew and do upholstery. She did have a upholstery shop.
Mm,
And the middle school, on certain nights, people could come over. They'd have them pay them to come over and teach different things. Hi, Cheryl. About time. I've been on 2 hours. You just showed up.
Hi, Sharon.
If it was Rita, you'd be there already before it started.
yeah, but she's got reader radar. Hi,
Hey,
Cheryl.
baby.
I actually was able to get a cat nap. I was just really tired. So I've just gotten up from a nice cat nap, which I don't always get. Um, but I needed.
Where you going? If I just get off, I have a cat fight and I have to break it up. I'm refereeing today.
Okay.
Come here.
All right, there we go.
My cat and Dee's cat don't really get along too well.
I'm sorry. Sounds like siblings. Piggles was on this morning. Piggies was on this morning, not Piggles. I should call him Piggles.
Okay.
And he was doing story time.
Oh, well, he was on his own channel today.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
and he did story time, and it was pretty good. And then he was talking for a minute about you and DJ. Cheryl says, just got home in time to get grandson off bus. Been to Boonville all day to see my sister, 90-year-old mom. Haven't been on all day. 90
Aw,
years old. Holy cow.
bless her soul.
So there's a body. See how quick it was to make a body? And they're all different. Some are shorter, some are this like this one. It just depends on the size finger. I'll give you the finger ring. Just depends on the finger of the glove.
Make sure you give Randy the middle one.
And then I'll
I
just
knew I liked DJ more.
he was talking about his days as a Marine and sense of humor and getting to figure out how to read people, but a lot of times you can't say something, sizing people up.
Yeah.
His wife's got a bigger channel, bigger following than he's got. He just started not too long ago. This Eileen, or Cooking in the Kitchen with Eileen.
Oh,
She's always making up a lot of dishes.
Okay.
well,
Seems like a pretty good cook.
Cheryl, I hope you had a good day.
Cheryl, you got to make sure you make time for us.
Hugs back to you, Cheryl. You didn't get no hugs, Randy. You didn't get any.
Hugs, Cheryl. Thank you very much. I
You
was
could kick
really,
Randy. He wants those.
struggling this afternoon.
Oh.
Just it just trying to find things and distractions and how the week's gone, and I haven't really produced anything like I'd hoped. But then I, had a come to Jesus moment. We talked for a little while, and I got an hour's nap, and we're
Oh,
back.
that's right.
back
You got to
on.
spend time with your mom today
Yeah,
and your
Cheryl said
sister.
it was a good day. Mom was actually in a good mood.
That's good.
Yeah.
That makes it better. When they're
Mm-hmm.
grumpy, it ain't much fun to be around.
No.
Yeah. But I mean, we all have our moments. Especially if I'm hurting, I might be a little grumpy. Like,
Yeah,
I'm never grumpy.
my mother had her moments her whole life. She just never grew out of it. Never chose to change. Who's mean? Oh my gosh. Cause,
Man, my
cause,
numbers that's in
'cause
here it just keeps jumping crazy. Earlier I was up to 17, and now it says there's only two of us, and I know I can see four of us right now.
I know.
okay, Cheryl says, Randy, here's your hugs and some love. So you got some hugs and love too, Randy.
I don't want it secondhand. I didn't get mine first.
Randy, be nice.
You see, you can't make people happy, Cheryl. You should have just never gave them any.
She was distracted. She's been out and just came in.
Yeah, I was wondering because I haven't seen her on Facebook even today.
Oh, you know what? Also, though, Randy, sometimes I'm on my phone and I'm watching you on YouTube on my TV.
Oh.
So that might mess up with the numbers. I don't know. Because I can't chit chat with you if I'm watching it on my TV, but I'll just watch you and I might be doing dishes or something and I could
It
just hear it from the TV.
it shouldn't. It. I mean, it should. Maybe it counts in the analytics, but not necessarily on the phone.
Yeah,
Cheryl
because I'm
sends you
using the
lots of
same
kisses.
username on both of them, but I'm just able to like walk around better and do stuff at the same time, multitask a little bit
You
at the
mean you
same
get
time.
up once in a while?
Every once in a while.
Okay.
Randy, Cheryl sent you a bunch of loves and kisses.
Okay. All right, fine. I guess he could get a little bit of it. A little love.
Wonder. Let me look here. Settings. Yeah, see that grays you out, so I see that. But normally that doesn't. Oops, shoot. I'm trying to figure something out here. Settings,
Okay.
camera.
So I'm doing the same thing. I'm always fumbling around. So if something happens, Randy, you know. Okay, so
It's a
Well,
woman thing, I know.
just fumbling.
I'm.
You can't chew bubble gum and walk at the same time most of the
I,
time.
I ain't gonna
I
touch that.
try. Wait, okay, there I am.
I think I did pretty good, so I ain't gonna touch that. But I know I'm an oddball, so
That's why we all get along because we're all a little bit.
yeah.
I found my perfect people that's perfectly imperfect, and I like it like that.
Yeah, me too. Then people that think
Hi,
they're perfect
Paula.
and
Welcome,
stuck up, I
Paula.
don't like that.
Paula said, yes, we can.
Hey, Paula. You know what I say? If you find a perfect church, don't join it because you're. Now you think
I do
about
have
that
to
one.
get up and cook though, Randy. Soon, Deej will be coming in the door soon, and then I'll have to get up and start doing some stuff. So I'll still be listening
you,
and
you
chat.
better have it done time she gets home.
I'm not gonna have it done.
Sitting on the table.
It's not gonna be ready. I'm just telling you that right now.
What are you making?
I have no idea. I might just do something simple. I'm on a diet, so I know I'm having a salad. I know, but I'll probably make like a hamburger or something for her and something. But I'm just gonna have salad.
I'm on a diet too. Seafood. I see food and I eat it.
So yeah,
Y'all would. Y'all
I'm gonna
wouldn't
have a
believe.
nice
I
big
was.
salad.
All right,
I was.
Paula.
Let
I
me see
was
what
Paula,
literally.
one of the days, Paula, you need to come up, talk to one of your clients, and show your work on here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Paula.
I literally was 165 pounds before I got sick in 2018.
Oh wow.
Normally I would be 100, around 130, but because of all everything, and I made all the changes in 2018 not to go back. But normally I would be about the weight I am, but I just was like,
I got an
Okay.
extra 100 you can have.
no, thank you. I have to carry all that with my arms. So
Yeah. So
her
it's
client
important that
is
you keep
here.
a certain yeah.
Well, I was wondering if we just ran everybody out of the room.
You did.
Oh. Did
My
we run
numbers are
everybody out?
growing. My numbers are, and we was actually talking about politics, and there was a lot in here.
Oh.
I'm glad I missed that because I got my head bit off, and stuffed up my arse for asking a question the other night, and I was
It
so.
run, it run Marilyn off. She didn't want to talk about politics or religion. She didn't want to
Well,
talk about it, so she left.
it's it's it didn't used to be. Even 15 years ago, we had the art of conversation, and
Yep.
you could have discussions, even heated discussions, and you could learn something from it, and you could walk away and come back and eat dinner together. And now, like, I ask a question and I was given a comment and I responded to it, and I got my head bit off and stuffed up my arse for it. And it's like, we didn't used to be that way. There was no respect. It was very rude. I mean, even Rhonda and Miss Rita were like, not even gonna read that. Yeah, we weren't expecting that. Yeah, we're gonna duck.
Well,
You
you
know,
know,
Yep.
I was
Big,
just speaking about that because I want to say that the internet has made everybody believe that what is in your head is everybody else's business, and
yes,
that we all have to agree. And if you don't agree with me, then you are a horrible person because my side is the only right side, And the one thing I tell people is, I don't know if I'm right. You don't know if you're right. We won't know until we, meet God and we find out if we were right or wrong. So none of us know. We just hope that we're doing the right thing.
Yep. That's
So,
what
Well,
Victoria and Kelly, me, and there's a couple others was talking about. A lot of people are narrow-minded anymore. They don't. They got to
thank
have
you,
an
sir.
open mind once in a while. You know, because
come here.
like I said earlier, there's more than one way to skin a cat or do things.
Yeah,
And somebody might have an easier way or better way, but at least have a discussion about it.
yeah.
See, today is there is no room for, hold on,
Hi,
my cat's
Sarah.
about to fight. Get over there.
Thank,
Sarah's
Go
in
sit
here.
down.
thank you
Hi,
very much.
Jim.
Thank you
Okay.
very much, Cheryl. I appreciate that. I'm pretty tough and I'm pretty stoic, and I've got a good sense of humor because it's carried me through, but that doesn't mean I don't have feelings. And it
Yeah.
doesn't it they just run deeper. I just don't wear them on my sleeve. And I think it was more the shock of it. Because and I came back
What
and
did
I
I
said,
say?
listen, whatever, okay, whatever. I respect your opinion and I refuse to let the enemy have our friendship over this.
Absolutely.
And I
But
did
I
go
was
back
just telling
and
somebody, I've lost friends and family. I've
yeah,
lost actual family members.
and that's just cray cray to me. I mean, my dad and I would have these discussions, and people would go, "Oh, why are you yelling at your
So
father?
get
Why are
on
you
back over there.
telling him he's stupid or he's a goofball?" And I said, "We're having a discussion. You know, I said we're not yelling. We've just raised our voice. You want to hear us yell?" But we would talk and we would learn and sometimes it would take a while for something to go, oh, wait a minute, maybe that's true. Maybe it didn't change.
Hi,
But
Jim.
anyway, and there are things that I don't understand. There are things that, and I'm a questioner. I'm a curious person and I kind of like to have answers.
Well,
And there are
how will you
things,
know stuff if you don't ask?
yeah, but it's like it's really hard in this climate to ask.
But you know what? I think that's why I try to be as nice and transparent as I am, because a lot of people are not gonna meet my type of person that they could just ask things. Because you really just it doesn't a question is not negative or positive. It's just a question, you
H-
know.
Hey, Sarah. Jim says hello, Randy.
So
Let's
it's
see.
not
Sarah, you
that
gonna come up and sing to us today?
Well, that's it. But we have such informational bias, circular thinking. And I'm just going to say this right here straight out. We don't have rights in America. We have privileges. And those have been fought and blood has been shed and died for. And not everybody in the world has the same privileges, those same rights, and thus they come with responsibility. They come with an eye on the greater good. And your right to something doesn't trump my right to something. There is a place in the middle where if you want respect for your right, you have to respect somebody else. And a lot of that has kind of disappeared and been forgotten because it's like, oh well, we this this is ours,
and
you know.
actually it wasn't a big deal because before the internet, people were worried about what was going on local to them. Now people are worried about what's going on 80 miles a million miles away, and they feel like they're supposed to control it and it should be the same environment that they're living in. Every place is different. That's why I was even saying to Randy yesterday when he said, well, Donald Trump calls people names. I said, well, all of us, New Jersey, New York, tri-state area, we're all the same way. So it's not that he is like some mean person. People say things to him and he responds in a vicious way because that's what we do. If you slap us, we stab you. Like we don't just respond in the same way that
Yeah,
you
I
hit
said
us.
that earlier here today. I said, yeah, people don't understand that's a culture in New Jersey and New York in that area where you're at. And and the outsiders from different parts of the country. If you've never been to New York City, you wouldn't have heard that or see it. I mean, they use profound words just saying hi to people, you
Um,
know, and
Yeah.
it's a different deal. But that's the way
Yeah.
they are there, you know. And, I
but
mean, it's nothing wrong sometimes. It's just the way they communicate.
but my
Joe, read
problem.
Cheryl's deal.
Yes, I was going to say that. Thank you very much, Cheryl. I appreciate that, and there really wasn't time to say much else, but I figured the best thing was to diffuse it because in that situation there's no reasoning. So and it's not worth losing a friendship over, but I do appreciate that, Cheryl. I just was stunned because that's not typical. Um, but I'm just going to say this: the guy is a presidential candidate of the United States. I get his culture. I've been to New York. I've been to Jersey, but he's he is a he has to learn diplomacy.
No, I
So
don't think so. I think absolutely. Look what his diplomacy has done for us. It
look,
had us where we're in these fake alliances where people are lying and stealing. America's the only one paying the bill. Nobody ever helps us put any bill, and we can't afford it. Charity starts at home, and we are running out. Like until I see every American person that's eating and has a place to stay, I don't feel like we have any money to give anybody else to do anything because we
I
are
agree.
taking in so many people. We got to help these people first. I mean, we want to help the entire world, but we are not the police. Because the one thing
We're
about America, if they give you money, they're going to control you. And they're going to tell you you have to do things this way and that way. And if you want your freedom from America, you say, no, I don't want your money. And you do like Kenya and you do like certain Nigeria, you do certain countries that no, I don't want your money because I want to
well,
make my own rules and I want to make my own morals and I don't want you imposing your will on me because you give me free grain or you give me some money for school education or something. Hi, Kathy.
I
Kathy
think
says hi, Randy.
I think there are
Hi,
points.
Kathy.
I think there are points to things that you say, and I think there are points where he could have been, but he didn't. And we cannot
You have to get past these words and go with the policies, though, that he does.
but here's the thing. Here's the thing. I want you to think about something. He went before a jury of his peers. He had a lawyer like everybody else. It was a fair trial, just like Biden's son had. Don't shake. I know you're shaking your head, but it was a fair trial.
What makes
Okay,
it
you
fair?
because there was a case brought. What do we do in the justice system? We bring a case. One side
We have
fights
a
and says,
president that's set, and usually when they come in, they say, based on these other 85 cases that we've done before, we're doing this. They made all new things for this man. How is that
Yes,
fair?
they did.
but some of those new things were to give him leeway because of who he was. Okay, let's set that aside. How about 72 lawsuits that there were fraud in the
And
electoral
nobody,
system?
no victims. Where the victims?
No, he didn't win any of them even before judges that he had appointed because he didn't have the evidence. 72. What did that do to our country? That you kept losing. And I mean, there are court records. Go read them where his
Well,
lawyer
you
stood
know
up
what?
and said, we have
We
no
know that
evidence of
now
this.
that the FBI killed JFK. We know that, right? Or unalive, no, I'm sorry. We know that they came out with that. And nobody said a word. They unalived the sitting president. You don't think that all these assassination attempts and all this is a coordinated effort to shut him up in any way they can? I mean, it's one
They,
thing if you just say, I don't like you, you're not getting my vote. But I don't want nobody to be able to vote for you. I
they've
don't
Well,
tried to
want you to have a fair
prosecute
vote.
him since day one. He's been running for office.
I mean, since
I
he's
mean,
been
look at all the stuff
since
that
he was,
Hillary did to him.
I grew up over in the East Coast, and he was like a champion. Everybody loved him. Anybody all across the world loved
So
him.
then,
And then when he said
th-
he was running, now he's racist. He's this. He's that. And
now
no one has any
let
proof
me
of those
ask you a
things.
question.
When he was a Democrat, they loved him.
Let me
And
ask
those
you a
when he was doing
question.
all those things they bring up, like, oh, he was pro this and he was pro that. That was when he was actually a Democrat. So
Let
I
me ask
mean,
you. Let me ask you this: if Hillary Clinton, when she lost the election, if she had run around the country putting in all these lawsuits, spending all this money,
she
and
didn't.
kept, well,
She got on TV every day and said he illegitimate. And they did the
well,
Russia hoax, and they did the whole 4 years he was in. He was fighting the Russia thing that she made up.
well, I'm
Everybody knows that
saying,
she made it up,
okay,
and we
I am.
never got a lot of things
Will you
done because he
listen to
kept
my
having to
question?
defend himself constantly.
I get your point of view. I hear it. I hear it. But hear my question. She didn't bring this barrage of lawsuits about how bad our election, our voting system is, because why? Because everybody would have been got like, okay, give it up. Yeah,
I think she didn't bring them because she didn't
she
have the facts. But I know for a fact when I went to vote this last time, I told them I knew my vote wasn't going to count that day. Everything, but see, in certain cities, if
well
you live in a Republican city, it's different. But I live in a Democrat city. When I go to vote, it's all Democrat things all around. They are things that shouldn't even be in a polling site or in polling sites.
well
So
he
they're
didn't
supposed to be neutral. But because I live in a city that's already Democrat and the Republican hasn't ran in my city in 40 years or something, because they won't get a vote.
Hold
well,
on just a sec, Jay. Joe, did you see in the news today where there's already voter fraud? It's at a college. I don't know what college it was, but there's some Chinese. They can
Yeah,
register a
Randy,
vote as
Randy and Joe.
Chinese,
Randy and
well,
Joe, D just said, hey.
and they got the vote, and they're not citizens. It's
I
already going and gone again.
listen, there has always been attempts at voter fraud. And what I see is, see, they caught it. They caught it just like they did before, somebody threw ballots away accidentally because they weren't marked. They came in from overseas and they were white envelope. They were a new counter. They caught it.
You got
They
the door open
repaired
and
it.
the back door open.
So, yeah, there are problems. No system is going to be
Well, close the door
perfect.
because he just ran out the
But when
car.
someone sits up there
I know, but you didn't close it.
in front of all these people and
Front
said,
door is a front and
vote
mama
me
door.
into office, you will never have to vote again because I'm going to fix it and you will never have to vote again. That scares me because voting, I know that you guys now are filled with the idea that of all this stuff that's floated around, but voting is something that was put in by our founding
Oh,
fathers.
I'm totally. I want you to hear me out loud and clear. I am pro voting. I'm pro voting with an ID. I don't think that everybody that is here should have the right to vote. Only people that are legally here to vote. So we know, because I mean, for the last all my life, I've heard of dead people voting and people that are like, they've been dead 40 years and they're still casting votes. So somebody is doing something illegal. And that's why I say with Hillary Clinton, she didn't go and file any cases because she had none. And all his cases got denied because nobody wants to show that they just cheated, and all of them are cahoots. If you get a job and your job pays you $60,000 a year, and when you quit working there for 10 years, you got $20 million in the bank, somebody else was funding some other things for you. So you went along with a lot of things you probably didn't run on. That's why I
Well,
said I don't want him to be diplomatic, because diplomatic means I will take a little bit of mine and compromise a little bit of this and do a little wrong over here and there. And I think
no,
because he
no,
doesn't do that with them,
that's
they
not
go
what I
behind his
mean.
back together and they
That's not
conspire
true.
together
That's
to try
not
to get
true
him out the way.
diplomacy. That's not true diplomacy. That's not
Huh?
the diplomacy. That's not true diplomacy, and that's not the diplomacy I grew up with. Diplomacy does not call it crossing a moral line, but sometimes it does mean sacrificing something you want for the greater good.
For the greater good,
Sometimes,
but not just for the money. See,
No,
that's where the part is going.
it
That
does
if you were
not
doing it for the
cross
greater
a
good,
moral
I'm all
line.
for that. But a lot of people are doing it for the money, and they come in front of us and say for the greater good, but we don't know that their bank accounts are going up $10 million. We don't know that, and they get in front of us and they say, "Oh, it's because we need to do it," and we say, "Oh, okay then,
Well,
sure." And they
Shay,
leave and they're rich, and they come in poor and they come out rich.
Yep.
I have you look at some of those court records where his lawyers actually said we have no evidence of voter fraud.
Bye, Cheryl.
We're speculating, and we want you
We're
to rule
running
in our
Cheryl
favor.
off. Bye,
And,
Cheryl.
and even the Republican Speaker of the House after the second impeachment said, and you can go back and find the newsreel. He stood there and he said we had all the evidence to impeach him, but we found a loophole, and now it's up to the courts, and it should go to the courts. They this is the third highest Republican actually said we had all the evidence, but we figured out how not to follow the Constitution in this matter because we didn't want the mess at our feet. We want to stay in office. Go to the
Well, I'll
courts.
say this, Cheryl. I don't want to run you off, Cheryl, and this is a trucking channel.
Yes,
So
I'm
I
done,
don't want to take it over
Miss
and all
Cheryl.
It's
that.
all
But I
right.
mean,
It's all right, Shay. I asked for it.
I'm done. I'm done because
I don't want to,
I'm done because I'm getting the same
I feel
thing.
like I don't see
So,
me and Joe talking. There's no anger in this. There's no
no.
viciousness. I understand what she's saying. She understands what I'm saying. And even
Mm-hmm.
if we don't agree, I'm not gonna hang up here with an issue with
No.
Joe. Like Joe's
No.
my friend, and I come on here to look for you, Joe. I'm stalking you.
You're stalking me. Cheryl, I was about to wrap it up anyway, which is fine. Please don't go. We'll talk about gnomes. I got a gnome stuck on my thumb. They're about ready to be born, and they all come out different, which is really cool because even though you make the noses the same way and different things, when it all comes together, it's almost kind of like a picture of what God does, but not quite the
So
same.
you do what you do with the How do you use the face? The face is not the glove. The glove is the body part, right?
Right, but watch. I'll put this down in a minute. I'm closing this body up. I'll show you here. You make the face, since they don't really have eyes because they're kind of tucked under their hat. You take, hold on, this rubber band's giving me trouble. Okay, so where are you? So here, you see when I add the nose, see I do the beard,
Oh.
and then I add the nose, and then I put the hat on. Or for her,
ID.
for
He
her,
said he likes you. You're the sister that he likes. Randy.
see, I put the braids on, add the nose, and add the hat.
Oh, and the hat is so low, you don't even have to put eyes. Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
And they hold together better. And then I put some bling on them, and you can put this magnet on the back, or you can put this stretchy cord on there
And what,
and
like
hang
make
it
an
up.
ornament?
Yeah, and hang it up. So I used to make them all so that they would hang up, but then I found a lot of people want them with a little magnet back. And a couple of days ago, I ran across some what they're called poly pellets. They're like plastic pellets. And I was wondering, I wonder if I weight their butts if they'll sit on the table. I haven't tried that before, but if you
I have
take,
that. I do that once in a while, D.
So Joey, have you ever made the what is it, the elf on the shelf?
oh no, I don't like those. It used to be good, clean fun, but I've seen too much of it going the wrong way. And
Really?
oh my goodness, have you seen some
D.
videos of what parents are doing with their children with that thing? But see, these are
D. I
weighted.
did realize I love Shay Shay more than I thought.
These are weighted stuffing pellets. So they're like little plastic pellets, but when you put them in something, then it adds weight to it, and it's cheaper than. I mean, this is 2 pounds. This little bag, and it's only open because the dog chewed on it, and then I had them everywhere. But I wondered if I filled like half of the bottom of the gnome with the weighted pellets and then put the stuffing in. I'm gonna try that if it'll stand up
Oh, okay.
and like sit on the table.
Okay. Because it
Because
doesn't have legs, right?
well, it doesn't have to have legs. It's just sitting there.
Oh, because you're going to try to make it like, okay, flat enough that it sits on the surface. Okay.
Let's experiment. Just
That's
make
the
it.
only way you know.
Yeah, because I've never thought of this idea before. Oh no, that was not a good idea. I just knocked 100 rubber bands on the floor.
Shay, you'd love Rita more if you was on Facebook or Messenger with her. She has our same views. I'll
You
leave
know
it at
what?
that.
I think that a lot of people have the same views, but a lot of people are afraid to
Yep,
say
that's what it is. A
anything
lot of
because,
people are afraid to offend people.
but
They won't have a
it's also
conversation.
become a violent thing. Like people have jumped up and hit people because of the way that that person feels. I never have a bone in my body that wants to fight somebody because of what they think.
I
That's
tell
just
you,
crazy to me.
I'm very conservative in my beliefs, but I'm not hard party line. So I
Okay.
just think well, I was raised that you pick the best candidate for the job. You have your moral compass and you have your beliefs, and you pick the best candidate as you can. You pray, you
That's
pray
it.
some more, and you ask God
I'll even
for
go one
discernment.
step further. If a person doesn't even have a relationship with God in any way, they still can use their own personal, however they feel, to vote. That is a personal. Did you move that chicken? It's a personal thing.
Because
So I don't like,
there's a lot of hidden
I
things
have a lot of
behind.
friends that are Democrats. If they keep me as a friend, I'll stay. They just don't want to. Most people stop being my friend, but I listen. Do what you do. I don't even want to know who you vote for. I just want to know that you're good to me and you're a kind person and you help people and you help animals. If you do all those things, I do those things too. I want to be your friend.
Yeah. Well, the thing is if you talk about issues that are weighing on your mind that have nothing to do with your moral compass, but have to do with things that you've seen and things you've heard and things that you're just kind of picking up because you do have a relationship with God and you have questions about, and then they automatically label you as a libtard and you're and it's like that's not necessarily true. I am a very complex person and I'm a thinker, which gets me in trouble. And
Let me
I
turn my TV, my
remember
phone
a
up.
lot, you know. But enough said. So we're trying to figure out if we can wake this guy down.
Well,
I don't.
Joe, I'm never gonna call you a libtard.
Well, my grandmother was a staunch Democrat, but but in her day and age, they're what they're now what's called moderate Republicans.
Yes.
It was a
Years ago,
different.
my
The
parents were
needle has
Democrats.
moved.
But
It
Yes.
yes, that really, it's moved now.
yeah.
And a
It's
lot of people don't see that. They don't look at all the facts on everything. They listen to certain newscasts and they don't get all the facts and go out and do any fact checking.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That's okay because I think that this after this is over, no matter who wins, it's gonna have to come down some because it's getting to the point where people are getting hurt. It's gotta come down.
Well, that's the prayer.
I
Yeah,
look at it like
I
they
mean,
keep asking, were you better off 4 years ago than you are today? And most
absolutely.
people say they're not.
But that doesn't stop them from saying, but if we go a little further, I will be.
Well, I'm going to just say this. Our the economic crisis, and I'm not saying who I'm voting for, but the economic crisis is not contained to the United States alone.
Mhm.
It is worldwide. Every country in the world is struggling economically because of the pandemic, because of other factors. If the United States alone was isolated as an island and they were the only one that was struggling economically or with rising prices, then I could solely put it on the White House. But I can't solely put it on the White House because every country in the world has been struggling economically. And so therefore they're
I agree with that,
yeah.
but our country isn't. I don't worry about other countries. I'm sorry. Our country is first. When they stop the oil lines, the fracking, and letting all these illegals in, I'm sorry, that's wrong. We ought to come first, and then we go help others afterwards.
Well, that's a separate issue, Randy. That I agree with. I agree that we need to have border security, good border control. I think within reason we need to be exploring oil
Well,
within
I
reason.
understand what she's saying because you're saying that other countries are doing, but I think all this also is we had a pandemic that hit the whole entire world. So I don't think everybody handles it correctly. I don't think even we handle it correctly. I don't think so.
Nope.
So a lot of things shut down, and a lot of people lost a lot of things that they can't recover.
Yep.
And as far as the us going in a recession, it's our choices. Like, I know that, you know, Colombia might not be doing well or Siberia. I've never been there and I don't even concern myself with it. Like when I have friends in other countries and they say, well, I can't believe your president did this. I'm like, I don't even know who your president is because I don't live there and I don't concern myself with the inner dealings of what goes on in your country. I just say, oh, you're my friend and you're from Colombia. Welcome. Hey, how are you? But I don't say,
Yet,
well, your prime minister should be better at doing healthcare things. I don't even get in their politics, but everybody's in American politics. Everybody feels like they got to say. I have friends that live in all different countries. They call me up and want to tell me about our politics. And I'm like, what's going on in your country? In your politics. That's what you're supposed to worry about. But I think that's also from the internet merging everything together, and everybody thinks that everything is all our business. The only people that should be voting on who our presidents are in each country is the people that are citizens of those countries, and everybody else is just fluff. So why
they
are
can
we
step back
arguing?
and watch what goes on here, not get involved.
If we hadn't gotten involved in World War II, which really wasn't our war, Hitler would have done a lot more damage and millions more would have died. And it really wasn't our business
But we
because it
don't know
wasn't our
because it didn't
country.
happen. So we can't even. That's all guessing.
So so there is a place of greater good, but I do think there needs to be boundaries. I think that there needs to be standards, and I'm not talking about the details of politics of why countries have economic issues. What I'm saying is that whatever is going on, it's not just isolated, that you have to consider that it's not just isolated to the United States and put that 25% into the factor, because if it was isolated then just the United States, then yes, all of it would rest on whoever's in Congress, both sides, and whoever's in the White House. But it's not. So part of it is the overall picture is what I'm saying.
No,
And
you know what? I think we've been like 50 years getting to this point. I don't think this all happened overnight. I think this was like 100 years in the making, and we just like bad choices after bad choices. We ended up in a puzzle maze, and we can't get back to just common sense and reality.
well, I don't know about 50, but it's been brewing for quite a while. It's been going on behind the scenes, and then there's been some stirring of the pot. And in the end, but that's all right. I didn't want Cheryl to leave.
No,
This
I don't want anybody to run off because of
I'm
us.
not asking anybody to leave, but at least have an open mind to discuss it like we are.
well, Cheryl may have been really hurt, Randy, because my baby brother was telling me that he had neighbors that were like brothers for since childhood, and after the 2016 election, they're still not talking to each other.
Yes, there's a
So,
lot of people like that. I
and
understand
to
that.
me, I think that's BS. I would say that louder, but we're on family channel. I think that's BS. To have it come to that point, that didn't that that
But
wasn't
I
the
will say,
standard.
Joe, can we be honest on for real? Like on honesty, I don't see, I don't see that it's our side. My might be messing with him, so I have my phone down. But my sister thinks she wants to know why I don't have my phone up, but I have it down so Randy can hear me. So I don't see that they're
Yes, you
both
did,
sides
Victoria.
coming and attacking people. I see one side. And I wouldn't only say it because I'm conservative, because I'm independent actually. And I pick depending on what the issues are. So I am independent. But I would
I am
see
too.
when 2016 and 17 came around and they were beating up people that was at MAGA rallies because they were older and they were like, what they would say old white people, and they were just beating them up because they wanted to go and see a rally. I thought, wow, that's horrible. Anybody, I wouldn't go beat somebody up because they want to see Obama or Biden or something. I was like, go ahead, call me when you get home. Like, who's angry
Yeah, look what they did
about
in
that?
Portland and up in Minneapolis,
Well,
all them big cities.
it's been yeah. There's things that have been simmering for a while. But yeah, I mean it. The problem is too that it's not a one and done conversation. It is something that is complex. It is something that has a lot of history. I mean, my grandmama, she wined and dined with presidents. Literally, when they would hit the campaign trail, they would call her. And she was head of the Democratic Party in Oklahoma. There were pictures of her on trains stumping for the president. There were letters from the White House. They weren't up on the walls or anything, but they were scattered around the house. So
Oh boy.
I grew up with that, you
But
know.
us talking about it won't fix it. We need to
No,
get the people that we vote in there to work
yes, it is.
together and talk about it like we are.
Yes. Cheryl, I was just saying that I understood you get tired. Sometimes you get worn out because it comes back down to an individual thing, and what's sad to me, bottom line, is just how much division all of this has brought out and then created, or where there was division, instead of trying to patch it, it's made it worse. And I try and stay out. I try and stay out of the conversation, because even with good close friends, not you, Shay, of 30 more years, I've gotten burnt by asking questions, asking for a personal opinion, and all I got was rhetoric. So, I get weary too, Cheryl, and it's your prerogative. But I would rather talk about something else if we have your company. That's what I was saying. I'd rather switch the radio channel to something because I
Yeah, this
enjoy
is
your
Randy's
company.
show, so I'll go with whatever Randy wants to do. I'm not gonna try to take over. I'll
No,
talk about anything you guys want to talk about.
I'm not trying to take over, Randy. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if
Oh
somebody,
no, not you, Joe. I'm just saying, like, I understand that he has a chat in the audience, so it's also
No,
about what they want to hear.
I agree, you girls. I've been trying for weeks to get a discussion like this. I know it offends some people, and I'm sorry, I don't give a shit. We need to have the discussion, and a lot of people won't discuss it. And I'm tired of hearing one side one way or the other, and I don't hear like Joe's side different things. Be able to work with each other. We got to work with each other. And I'm sorry, I'm not religious, and I don't want to bring God up every time somebody needs a problem. We got to fix it ourselves. There ain't nobody going to fix it except us.
Well, see, that's why I said when Joe said, we use our morals and stuff. I know that everybody is not religious. I'm religious, so I use my moral compass for all my stuff. I
you
can't go
even
with
if you're
certain
not
things just because I,
religious,
I. my Christianity won't allow me to. But I also know that Christianity isn't the only religion, and we're in a country where we have freedom of religion, so everybody gets to think how they want to think. I never thought it would be a fight. I don't know what country I'm in. I never ever felt like I was going to be alienated until about 2008 when all that came, and I had people start saying things to me like, you better do the right thing. And I'm like, what's the right
Agreed,
thing?
Cheryl. Agreed. The thing is, Shay, even if you don't believe in God, the moral compass I'm talking about is whether or not you believe in abortion or not, whether or not you believe in this or not. You will have a moral compass whether or not you're a believer in
That's
God.
true.
So everybody the Democrats have a kind of moral compass, and it's a spectrum. Some start out here very conservative in their democratic beliefs, and some are on the far end. It's the same way with the Republicans. They kind of have a set of ideals and beliefs and moral compass, and they go from right here in the middle, very conservative, moderate, all the way out to the white supremacy end. It's all everybody has one whether or not they believe in God. And the
So do you
and
think that the Democrat side has won all the way to the white supremacy as well?
well, I think that I don't know what their extreme end. I guess their extreme end would be a different, and I've never
Or
thought
would it
about
be like
that.
Antifa kind of like
It could be,
anarchy?
well, apartheid. I don't know. I haven't thought about that, but they do have an extreme end they're similar to. It's just not been
Because see,
pinned down.
I too myself as a black person, I say, I have a lot of friends as both, but I when I say something that a Democrat doesn't like and they're white, they will get racist with me because I don't say what they want me to say. But if I agree with them, then I'm the best black person they ever met, and I
But
don't get that from the other side.
I will tell
There,
you this. I wish that I would have gotten one email or one text from the Republican Party that had something of substance in it besides attack on the other party, besides anger and hatred and all of this other stuff. And I have yet to receive just one text or email that talks about policy, that talks about things that are light, things that are going to supposedly make our country great. And there's something missing there. I'm not saying the Democrats aren't doing the same thing, but I will tell you this: I have not received the volume from the Democratic Party. I get texts from both sides because they just keep coming. I get emails. I didn't ask for any of them. They fill up my box, they clog it.
you're in one of the states that counts the most. That's why you're getting bombarded.
Oh yeah, because
So,
I don't get
but
any of that.
oh man, I've had emails bounce because I've had a hundred emails from both sides, and it's like, listen, I didn't give you my email address. Out, out, out. But
See, I
I would.
just get personal attacks from people that actually know me.
There,
I don't. And see, like I
there
had a
is
cousin that told
more.
me that he hated Donald Trump more than he loved me, so he was willing to let me go.
No, see, that's wrong.
And I couldn't understand that. I said, neither one of us even know this man, and you willing
True,
to
Victoria.
trade me off for him?
Yes, DJ, it is a spiritual battle because we don't battle against
You're right, Victoria.
but and I'll tell you this: when the Constitution said separation of church and state, it didn't say separation of God and state. It said separation of church. We do not want one set of denominational beliefs, like happened in England, to be influencing our politics. We do not want the evangelical Christians with just their focus and their informational bias, or Baptist or Presbyterian or whatever it is. We do not want a church, a established church, to be mixed up and to pull the strings like the Church of England. They never
I,
said
I,
But
we
I
I
want
agree
agree
with
with
to
that.
that in America. I would agree with that in America, except that whenever the illegal, well, I don't want to say this, but whenever immigrants come through, they say, well, Muslim, they want to go to the Sharia law in certain cities and certain states in America. They're okay with going through those, and that's not separation of religion from the state. But they go
What?
based on how they want. Like Michigan is turned into Sharia law just about, and they live under those laws because those people voted that in, and we let them all, conglomerate in that one area. But no, like you said, no religion should be calling the shots on laws.
But see, what we started losing really a lot in the 70s was we lumped God in with church, and they're two separate things. And the founders knew that. That wasn't what the Constitution said, and if that's what they meant, they would have said separation of God and state, not church. Because if you look at history, it was the Church of England that pulled
Yeah,
a lot of strings and caused a lot of problems and
yeah,
steered politics and yuck. And they
yeah.
didn't want that. So they specifically chose the word church, but they still
Yeah,
said
the
in God we
Crusades and all that.
trust
Yeah, it was crazy.
because they knew where they had come from. So I'm saying that that's part of the problem is we have veered away, I think, and I could be wrong, from some of the easily seen interpretation of what the founders were thinking on that, because you just have to look at history and taking the Ten Commandments out of place as
Well,
well.
the one thing I will say about government, and I have said this since I was a kid, when we go through, our government is based on majority rule. So I always said to my dad when I was a kid, well, what happens when there are more stupid people than there are smart people, and everybody still gets to vote? We got to do because the majority of people were stupid. We got to do what they say. And I was a kid asking that question. He said, yes. Whenever it gets to that, that's what you do because majority means majority. And you don't get to say, well, that doesn't sound right to me. If majority of people said it sound right, we just got to go in that direction, even if it's the wrong direction. And hopefully you learn and you venture off and veer to another place for the next one. But it's always bothered me because I talk to people that have no clue about what's been going on in the last 10, 15 years, and they still say, I'm going to vote, and I'm just going to vote because what somebody else told me to vote for. And I say, please just stay
Exactly.
home.
That was my problem with my friend. Was I went to her before the last election and I said, I want to know personally what your thoughts are on Trump. And I got not one of the most wise and discerning women I used to know. But I did not get one thought. I prayed, or I see this, or this is what I believe. I got puked up all the rhetoric of what everybody was saying, what the news was saying, what the dark web was saying, but there was not one thing of this is why I believe.
Was it
This
on
is
a public channel thing like this, or was it like a private conversation?
Oh no, it was a private conversation.
Because
I
I
wasn't.
know publicly a lot of people are afraid to say anything.
No, no, no. This was not public. This was private between friends because I was not going to do something like that.
Yeah.
Um, publicly, it was, yeah, no,
Joe,
no,
I
no.
got one serious question to ask you.
Yeah,
What do you think about? I understand you're going to vote Democrat, but your votes when you vote, your vote doesn't count this year. They stuck her in there, and she didn't get one single vote. You guys voted for Biden, which has been all right, but they did not have a primary to run off. There were some other people that a lot of people probably would have took for Trump on the Democrat side or even Republican side. That's a lot smarter than what that lady is, and more. I don't know what the words are. I'm not good with words, but they just stuck her in there on you guys,
well,
and just
I
that,
don't know.
that ain't right. We're supposed to vote for whoever goes in there, and she didn't get any votes.
I don't know how I'm going to vote, Randy. I haven't decided. I have not decided.
I can't. I don't. Randy, she can't hear us too good because we got our stuff
All right,
down.
turn it up. Turn it up.
No, but
I'll
Randy
try.
can't
I'll
hear
try.
us, and
I'll,
everybody
I'll,
has
I'll,
to.
I'll try to turn mine down more, Shannon or Shay. I'll turn it down.
Okay, let me see. Okay, I'll just turn it up a little tiny bit. I'm going crazy with it or nothing. Let's see.
You can go up more. I got mine turned down more.
I,
How's
I
this? How's this?
I haven't totally made a decision yet, Randy, because I'm still, I'm old Republican Party.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Or actually, Victoria, can you hear her now? There's no need to having a conversation if we can't hear each other.
And I hear you guys perfectly.
Mhm.
Louder.
All right,
Oh, yeah,
is
I'm trying to
now if
read.
I'm too
His is
loud, let me
lower.
know.
She said yours is really loud, so it's like an amphitheater for yours. And when we and her talk, ours is normal.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Well, maybe you gotta turn your mic down. I don't know. No, it's
I
not the
can't.
volume on the side. It's the mic
I
that we
can't
use.
do mine going down the road
Yeah,
the
you're
volume.
driving anyway, so we'll just have to improvise.
Yeah, I can't get into the settings or easy driving.
Yeah, I think it's
Welcome back. You haven't been in here in a while.
Hi, baby.
Okay, now I'm a little louder. You need me to turn it down, Vicky?
so. Did you hear what I
Victoria.
said, Randy? I haven't made a final
No,
decision.
no, Joe, I didn't. I was messing my volume.
That's fine. I haven't made a final decision. I'm still mulling over some things that have me unsettled on both sides. And you're right. The way it worked out with the Democratic Party was not totally correct, but the way it worked out with the Republican Party also wasn't totally, it wasn't a fair process because it was like everybody was like, well, I don't think I can beat him, so I'm going to take my hat out. And um
Cheryl,
and
whatever you want to say is welcome here. I mean, we're all friends. We're just trying to have a conversation. I mean, I love you. I mean, I talk to you all the time, and I think you're a wonderful woman. You're a superwoman and stuff. And your opinion matters. That's why I asked for this conversation so I could get people from both sides talking. I've
No
been
one is
watching
wrong.
a,
None of
I've
us are
watched
wrong.
a,
You're all right.
yeah, I've been watching I watch YouTube all the time, guys. There is a lot of black men now that are moving from Democrat and having the conversation like we are. And I enjoy going. I go in to a lot of their channels, and they see my truck and they talk to me, and they're asking the questions at different places at colleges, and different things, trying to get the conversation out. And like Shay says, they get called names and racist and all kinds of stuff, and they're not racist people. They're just trying to have a conversation. Is
yep,
all. So if you
yep.
want to say something, you're more than welcome to. Nobody's going to hold nothing against nobody here. I don't want nobody to be not friends after this. I mean, a lot of us have been friends for years on here,
Mhm.
and I just like having the conversation. The conversation that went on so long now, I missed my truck stop, so I got to go on up the road.
But yeah,
Because I was enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. I
Cheryl,
I mean,
I would love to hear your side. And
Already? He's right next to you. Hold on, you guys. I gotta talk to my dad.
I'm different. I know I'm different because I'm more open. I'm old school. I'm more open, and there may be something I've missed. But Randy knows I'm very detailed, and I study, and I have questions, and some of them have not been settled or answered. And neither side has done things the way I would think they should be done, and they both have issues, but which right now is in a way the lesser of two evils, and I can't answer that today totally.
baby, I'm on 45, I-45 from Houston to Dallas right now.
But I have a long memory, and in having a long memory, what was 4 or 5 years ago, I have a lot of details stuffed up there that a lot of people have like, or have been shifted with
Okay, I'm
time.
back.
So I think I
So,
don't
baby,
think we
where you
should vote
been?
for
You been on the
someone to
road? You
be
haven't
first
came
or
on.
anything. We should vote
Oh,
for what's
okay.
best
I
for the
88.
country.
He's getting
I
closer
agree.
to you.
I
I
agree,
see he's
Victoria.
right there, right in New York.
I agree, Victoria. That's what I was trying to say. Is that this? I kind of understand it because it's been around a long time, but undying party loyalty just to be party loyal, that can be dangerous. So we have to sift through and try and decide, okay, not because it's my party or not because of this or that. Literally, God, who? Because the children of Israel thought that Saul would be great as a king. And they said, give us Saul, give us Saul. And God said, you don't want to do that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. God said, you don't want to do that. Yeah, yeah. So God relented and gave him Saul. And guess what? They said, oh, they came back and says, what have we done? This is bad. We should have listened. We should have seen your perspective on this, and our perspective of the outward and not what was in the spiritual realm and what was on the inside, because we look on the outward, God looks on the inside. Whoa, and God says, I can't. You have to live through the consequences of the decision you've made. And that's why I say I pray for discernment, because I am not
Yeah.
just looking at the outward or what's being said, but I'm praying, okay, God, what's going on in the spiritual realm? Because we are fighting a spiritual battle. We don't fight against, flesh and blood, but principalities and powers of the air. And the enemy would like
Absolutely true.
nothing more than to destroy the United States because of all that gets busted with.
Well, I mean, let's call a spade a spade. I mean, America has done enough things that we are probably under judgment.
Oh
All
yeah,
right, Cheryl, I'll vote for you.
Cheryl could get my vote any day.
yeah.
And baby
Cheryl,
E, I'm an independent as well. I just happen to, vote one way more than the other, but I'm an independent. I go on the issue. I go on what I agree with. So,
I th- I I think there ought to be more independence in either one. That
I
way
think
you can
everybody should
have
just be
that.
independent. I
That
really
way
think
you
we
can
should
have
not know who the person is, and they just tell us their platform and what they want, and we
that.
never know
That's
which
what.
person it is,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we
That's
vote
what I
for the
agree.
platform.
Yeah, you vote for whatever they stand for, because
do you
we all like different parts of each one of them. So
do
that
you
way, when they tell you what they're doing or what they can do for us or help us
Mhm. Yeah,
in our country, and not have these names.
do you
that's
know
right. And
the
it
last
won't matter
time?
if they're handsome, if they're diplomatic, if they're sweet, if they're charismatic, if they, have the right hairstyles and the right clothes on. It only matters what your platform is and is it the best one or not. If we could get to that, I think we'll be great.
You know what? That's kind of what I was saying. Is that you know there? That's what you do. Is okay, God. Who are you putting in here for judgment? Because we need to humble ourselves and we need to pray. And there's a lot we need to repent of, a lot that we let slip by Christians in this country. And who do you want to put in there for mercy? And you can't do that by the outward. You can't do that by the news and what you heard and even what you know, because it says, trust not in your own understanding. So part of it has to be when you're a believer. And if you're not, God bless you. Hopefully one day you will, because it's what's been the staying thing in my life. But I will tell you, I don't know how people don't do it without God. But see, I'm not religious. I'm not I'm not because I'm not affiliated to anybody. I'm talking about a deeper relationship with Jesus Christ, God the Father, and the Holy Spirit, the Godhood. That is what I talk about when I talk about my walk with God. Not I'm an ecumenical mutt, so you asked me, I've probably been to a church and seen it. Um, and I really, what I got in trouble for was I said that Trump has not been forthcoming about his medical records. And I basically was called a liar and told I was spreading bullshit. And the thing is he hasn't. He has not. So we have no real proof.
Let me ask you this question when you say that. Do you think that Joe Biden was forthcoming with his?
I think he was more forthcoming, and I think before not
Yeah.
not totally. No, I don't think he was
The
totally.
man was going senile in our face.
Well, you know what? Biden's shown some sign. I mean, Trump has shown some signs of real memory lapses and losses when he can't remember
You know
common.
what? I also
But
want to say,
that's
if
an
you
age
hear
thing.
any of us anytime and the wrong answer, we
But
all sound like
this
we're something, this
this
and
is
that.
the
Like, you
this is
know,
the problem. You get off subject. I'm not talking about that over there. I'm talking about this over here. That over there is a separate subject. Did he bullshit about some of his medical things? Should he have? No. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about over here. I'm not distracting from the subject over here at the moment. We'll go back to the first assassination attempt, which has some hanky things in it, but we'll go back there. Did the doctors who treated him, give a statement? No, because he had them sign an NDA. The statement on his health came from a congressman who has not had a license to practice medicine in years, let alone trauma. Now, what is up with that? I mean, when Reagan got shot, guess what? The doctors came out and did a press conference. This is what's going on. And they did updates. And he's done that time and time and time again. There have been signs, and he even jumped to it, about having a mini stroke. Go back and watch some of his videos and go back when somebody said this sudden trip to Bethesda or Walter Reed, and they said something happened, there was some event, and he immediately goes, I didn't have a mini stroke. I didn't have a mini stroke. And it's like, well, nobody said that. They said something vague. So why are you all of a sudden yelling that you
well, see,
didn't have?
I think that one thing about Donald Trump is he answers people directly. Like, you might not have said it, but if it's in the internet or if it's in Twitter or somebody said it to him, he'll just answer like everybody thinks that.
No, nobody said that. Nobody said specifically what they thought it
We're
might
talking
have been.
about you may have said that he might have seen it online or anything. It's so many. It's not just the internet, the news anymore that people have to answer to. They have to answer to me, you, Randy, everybody that's on the internet is a news reporter today. So we all have pages and we all say things and we go viral and all kind of stuff. So now it's not just ABC asked him a question, he got to answer that question. He got to answer you.
Well, yeah. But he's good at hiding things and learned it well. And he's good at not taking responsibility, like how he played a large part in his brother's death and pushing him to suicide. And
I can't say that. That's one
that's
thing. That's not political for me. That's
that
family, and I wouldn't even
well,
get
that's
involved in nobody's
character.
family thing for me.
That's not political, but that is character. When you're
But we
that
don't know.
big of
We
a
don't
bully.
know people's family. Like it's just like when you say things about your mother. I don't agree with
He
you about
had
your
an
mother because
interview
you know
about
her.
he
You
had an
know.
interview about it before he became a couple of 3 years before he became a presidential candidate. He had an interview about it, talked about it.
About what? His brother?
His brother committing suicide, and
Yeah, I
that
know his brother committed suicide.
he didn't have I guess there was no I was horrible as a person. He showed no character, no.
I think I know that. Is this the brother that was the alcoholic? Is that the one?
The brother who took to drinking to cope with his grandfather,
Yeah, and
his
and
brother's
because he comes from
severe
Donald Trump
bullying.
doesn't do any drugs and stuff, so he could not get down with that. Because you love somebody don't mean you prop up what they do that's wrong.
But let me
I
tell
don't
you
know
what,
that part.
he did not start drinking. That was self-medicating to cope with with the severe bullying from his grandfather and from his own brother. That came later. I'm not even talking about supporting that. I'm talking about the severe bullying
Well,
that pushed them
Deidre
in.
bullies me right now. So can we get her? Like she bullies me right now to this day.
Yeah.
She really does.
Okay, let's see. Look what I done. Let me see if I
She
can show.
says, you know what she just said? That's what older siblings do.
Well,
So
there's a difference between
she
teasing.
tortures me.
There's difference between. Well, you want to know torture? Torture is being Torture is being 5, 6 years old, and you come walking through a room, and your brother knocks you down and sits on you until you can't breathe, and you turn blue, and then farts and gives you just enough air to smell it. That is bullying.
I don't have any brothers, so I never went through any of that.
That
That's
that
brother stuff.
I'm talking about. I'm not talking. Okay,
I'll
let's.
come by somebody sometime then, Jay.
Hmm?
Do you see?
I'll come
Look,
by sometime, show you.
Who's going? He's going to Union City. Baby, you coming right by me. I don't need no tissue these days right now, but he's coming to Walmart.
do you see it? Look, Shay. You see him?
Oh, he's sitting on the table.
He's sitting on the table with his little beard.
Her little gnome she makes.
This one's new. I've never done one that sits on its own. I put little
Oh,
beads in
okay.
his butt to weight him down. I had that idea this morning. I've always done them where they hang. But look, he's sitting. I had that idea last night. Wonder if I could weight
Okay.
him. So then now he can sit. He can sit on your shelf, and his
Why
beard
you
will
always
hang.
want to hang them? How come you always got to do it that way?
I don't. I include him in because I have aggression, issues here. No, I stopped. Originally, I made them like ornaments so you could hang them up, and then I found little magnets, and I thought, well, they can go on the refrigerator. That'd be cool. But I saw the poly pellets, and I thought, well, I wonder what happens if I put half of them in the bottom, if they could sit on the shelf.
You could have a gnome village.
So this is brand new. This idea was just born,
Yeah.
and he's working.
Baby E, where you from again?
Who?
Baby E, where you from again?
Oh, he's from.
Tennessee. He's saying he goes to
DJ.
New Jersey and do.
That was not the worst, and that was not typical. Did your brother shoot you in the head with BBs? Did your brother hit you
Nevada.
so hard that he knocked you out? Did
We
your
don't
brother
have any
get
brothers,
away
so
with it?
she is the bully of the house, and that's it. So she
Yeah.
never
Oh,
got
There
bullied or
there
anything.
is picking and there is teasing. There is things that go wrong. Do you think it's typical older brother when their sister is less than 2 years old and in a full plaster body cast and cannot move, and he puts a whole salt shaker in her cereal bowl when she asks for sugar, and when she's choking on it, dances around and laughs and goes, "You got to eat it," and is pushing your face in it? That's bullying. That is not sibling rivalry. That's not picking. That's sheer meanness and bullying, and there's a difference.
I see it
yeah,
being
that kid should
okay
have been locked up.
until it get to a certain point. Like it was okay and cute when he put the salt in it and had you eat a little bit, but when you're choking and all that and putting your face in it, that's the extreme.
It wasn't cute because I could not move. I had a plaster body cast from here. Now I'm walking to my feet and I'm on my belly. He's 4 years older, and I'm like just before I turned
You guys
2.
should have been separated.
Well, but my mother always said, "Oh, oh, don't be so hard on your oh." He was the golden child. Do you know how many times I got beat till my mother was tired with a board because it was somehow my fault? My fault that he did stuff like that. It might have been a practical joke or a prank if I had not been totally unable to do anything.
Okay,
And
I
at
understand
six
Yeah,
that.
you
at
didn't. You
6 years
couldn't
old, that's
protect
me.
yourself.
Yeah, I couldn't.
I understand that.
I couldn't get up and walk out of the room. I couldn't defend myself at that point. But he was 6. He was just under 6. So what makes a
He had a body
person
cast on and stuff.
that age do something like that? And there are worse things that he did. That's not typical. That's not typical brother relationship, you know.
Is
Because
that
I
the one
mean,
that's living with you?
oh no, 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 he's my chosen brother. He's my brother-in-law. Dad's my chosen
Oh,
sister. I do not. I cut off. I finally cut off contact with my sister the last part of July 2022, and my siblings after what they did in Flagstaff last year at my mother's supposed second memorial gathering. I do not have anything to do with them unless I have to, because
Okay,
yes,
man.
they've become
Okay, baby
millionaires and they've
said to
polished
you,
up, but you know, and
he
they're
wants to
all
talk to me.
Christians in good standing in their community, and I'm the one that needs to get saved, but they carry the devil in their pocket. My sister's a covert narcissist, and she wouldn't give me a glass of water if I was dying in the street unless there was something in it for her. But no,
Randy,
this is my chosen family that
yes.
does.
baby E wants to know how do you avoid that 32?
Yeah,
I don't know what that means, but he has to stay in Union City for a few days until his clock resets. You know anything about what he
You, does your company allow you to run off of your recap, or you can at least get out of there? Because every day you gain so many hours back anyway, so at least maybe you can go a little ways and get out.
I don't even know it. It's all sounding like gibberish in Chinese to me, but I'll read it. I'll read it, but I don't know what we're talking
yeah.
about.
I know DJ, and I also know that Shay Shay is kind of picking on you back. You know that. You know, you guys. It's clear that you guys love each other. You have some sibling rivalry, and sometimes you pick and maybe pick hard. But there's love there at the end of the day. There was no love except for my father in the house I grew up, and there was very little love. Well, I, so I know the difference. That's how I know it.
Yes, it was Victoria. She shouldn't have been put through that. Her mom should have been put in jail. I'm sorry. There's no way a parent should let that go along. Be put on a child.
I need to go make me something to eat, but I'm gonna stay on. But I'll probably get back on the video in a minute. But I'm gonna go and
All
chat
right.
for a
Well,
second. Give me something to eat.
I'm actually pulling in a truck stop to get me something to eat. So I'll
Ah,
just
Okay.
leave it play.
Randy,
I'll leave it play while I go in and get something to eat, and I'll park. And whoever's here is here when I get back.
Randy, I'm just gonna say this. It's part of my story, and I know I get passionate sometimes, but there's a difference. There's a difference in intention in what he did and what my mother that and my mother wasn't any better because she was a covert narcissist too, and I was her scapegoat. So you know, she
Yeah.
created a toxic family.
What is bad about it is your story isn't the only story like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there ought to be something
Yep.
done. I mean, our world, we shouldn't be living in a society like that.
No. And in some ways we haven't gotten better, but in some ways we have.
Hi,
I mean,
Rita.
the 70s was different, but yeah. I mean, it's and part of it is good people doing nothing, not wanting to get involved.
Yep. Or they don't want to get involved or get their hands dirty.
Yeah, because of fear. Because of fear.
Yep.
And that
I'm
doesn't
not
mean
that
God
way.
isn't.
There's actually a deal out here on the road. It's called
I read
Road
it.
Warriors. And I see something, I say something, or I do something.
Mm-hmm.
My wife has put extra insurance on me because if I see something wrong, I don't care who it is, I stand up for them.
Yep.
I've got into a lot of arguments or fights over it or different things, called the cops and stuff like
Mm-hmm.
that. But a lot of people are scared to get involved, don't want to they'll just turn their eyes,
Yep. And
and
that's
stuff.
how the
So,
Holocaust happened. The world turned their eyes. And,
but I'm gonna
you
walk in
know,
and give me
and
something to
it's,
eat. I'm gonna leave this running.
you go eat. You go eat. I'm taking a break
We'll
for a minute. Hey, Rita.
be be, be about probably 10-15 minutes, and I'll be back. I'll just leave it on.
Good. Hey, Rita. I hope you're doing good. I looked to see if you came on today.
About time. We've been on 3 hours, and she finally shows up.
Yeah. Well, Victoria, it's there are a lot of people that went through that with older siblings, but I'll tell you this, when your mother is in cahoots with them because they see that child as the golden child and can do no wrong, it magnifies things and it makes things worse because there is no refuge or defense, and she had already scapegoated my father and emotionally neglected and abused him to the point where he loved her so much, but he didn't know how to get his voice because he never had a voice growing up either. So it was a complex situation, but it was compounded by there was no justice. And good people stood by and said later in life, well, I thought this was going on, but I was afraid to say anything. That meant God was there. God was trying to keep it from getting bad or worse. And they didn't do their part, which is choice. But what did he do? He used it. He used it to make me stronger. He used it to make me wiser. He made me part of the 25% of children that are resilient to push through, to find answers, to become whole, to become kinder, to become a part of this world and to break the generational ties. It's only about 25% of children that come out of traumatic events. And they're studying that and figuring out, okay, why? But that's all God, and God will use it. Even if his people fail him by remaining silent, God's going to use it. I'm guarantee you if you let him. And he never guaranteed our happiness. He never guaranteed that it would be easy. We get joy in our tribulation because we have contentment that he's in control, that that he's working with this, and that he is suffering will squeeze out of you that which you really don't want you in the first place. And it will give you the secret treasures and the hidden riches of darkness that will show you who he really is. And he's amazing. I get upset with him sometimes, and we have some very interesting conversations, but in the end of the day, he's amazing. And this all broke his heart, but he didn't break the rules either. But he saw purpose in it. That I can use this. I can use my son going to the cross. That broke his heart, but it brought him great joy for him to go through that because he saw the end result. And that's all I have to say about that. I saw that, Rita. You started a new quilt. Yeah, I saw that you had boxes to open. I started to watch that and saw Randy had come on. So I got to go over and watch that. And then I got sidetracked. Um, it's a good conversation and it needs to be had. But I think the point I was making to Shay was when we're talking about one subject or one topic, one person, we always look at two wrongs making a right. But what about over here? And it's like, no, right now I'm just talking about this person, not the diversion, not let's cast it over here, this thing. And then we can go over here and talk about this thing, which is just as important in its own way. And we get too diverted. We get too diverted because we're always not looking at the issues because we're looking at over here. And two wrongs don't make a right. Thank you, Victoria. Um, you know, um, and it may not look like it, it may not feel like it. I've had some tough days. And this afternoon, I thought about quiet quitting because, come on up, I'll find you some candy. Come on up to the front door. I'll get my sister to get some candy. You're welcome. I forgot. It's Halloween. I'm sitting here talking on the phone. Oh, excuse me. I bet Deb's sleeping. There's some cute kids. We never get kids. Shay Shay, are you still there or did you leave too? Shay Shay. Deb. Deb. We got kids. We got kids. We got cute kids. We got kids. Go out there. I gotta find some. All right. Yeah, they were wondering about coming up, and I even forgot it was Halloween. Something in discussion. Thank you for your patience. I forgot. I'm in there creating gnomes, and I forgot. Well, last year all the kids walked past our house and went up to the main street. Oh, Scooby Doo! I love Scooby Doo.
What do you say?
Oh, look at you! You're just a cutie. There you go.
Thank you.
There's- Oh well, I'm glad you guys got to come out. You happy Halloween.
Okay, I'm back. I gotta go find me a place to park. I got 3 tacos, and then it's like a taco on a hoagie bun. I don't know what it's called. I like Mexican food, but I don't know how to pronounce any of it. I eat a lot of tacos and burritos and stuff out here on the road, but I can't pronounce them. I just look at the pictures and point, and the girls laugh at me. I wish I'd learned how to speak Spanish years ago driving the truck, especially the areas I go. I can barely speak English, let alone Spanish. Guys, I know some of you probably haven't enjoyed today's live, but I have. I've wanted to do this a long time, talk to people. I'm not trying to offend nobody. I feel it needs to be talked about. Different things. All different things need to be talked about. When people bottle stuff up, it just festers into a bigger sore or whatever. You gotta let things go once in a while and talk about things.
I don't. My camera's gone off, Randy, and I don't know why.
Yeah, I was wondering
Well,
why you're
Randy,
black. It shows your name still.
yeah, I've turned it off, and now you see one of my hound dogs, and I've turned it back on. I went to
Yeah, most of the time, Victoria, I try to keep it light, just joke around, cut up. But I hear other people. I'm friends with a lot of people on Facebook, and we talk there. And I go, man, I really want to do that on one of my lives. Wait a minute, Joe. Let me get backed up here. I can hit the button. Trying to get where the sun's not in our faces too.
I hit the wrong
There
button
you
and I
are.
was trying to figure out. Well, like I was saying, Randy, one thing that I figured out that bugs me when I'm talking about a conversation like this is when I'm asking a question about Biden or I'm asking a question about Trump or somebody else, and all of a sudden the conversation's all about what the other guy did or on this other side, and it's like, no, we can talk about that when we get done talking about this. Let's focus on this subject and get rid of the clutter, and then we can get distracted with that because you're never going to answer the questions if you're always going, but what about the other guy? And two wrongs don't make a right. And
No, we don't. That's what's going on
distracting.
with our political people. They always blaming everybody else instead of telling what is wrong with them.
Exactly. Both parties have issues. Is one
Yep,
worse than
that's
the
why
other?
I'm
I can't
independent.
say. Yeah. But do
Hi,
you know
Glenda.
Do you know when the last time there was an independent president?
That's
1916
fine,
was the last
Glenda.
time.
I respect everybody's opinion, or they want to just listen to the conversation. You guys are all welcome in here. If you want to comment, that's fine too. And
Hey,
so,
Glenda,
I,
and it's hard to comment because you're making yourself vulnerable, and you do
I,
not
I
know.
know, I know a lot of people. They when you step out there, like I tell everybody, I'm not religious. I tell that over and over. I'm not. I don't want nobody to be offended by it. I mean, I don't. I respect you guys being and whatever. And I'm independent. I am favoring Trump. And now my only voted first time. I'm 64 years old. In my lifetime, I only voted the first time when Trump came in the office because I didn't like what the country was doing. So I thought it was time for a change. I do not like Trump's mouth and some of the stuff he's done, but I do like the politics, or the deals he does. Other than some of the abortion stuff, and I'm on the men's on that because I like parts of that abortion stuff and some of it I don't. I think a woman should have a choice, not the government telling you what to do. But I don't think you should be able to have an abortion in the eighth or ninth month. I'm sorry, I just don't believe in that.
Well, I don't think it should be birth control. But what did God give us in the beginning? But like I said, I don't consider myself religious, Randy. When I talk about God, I'm talking about my relationship
You're
with
roboting,
Him.
Joe.
What's that?
You're, you're roboting.
Okay. What does that mean?
Yeah, a lot of women have been told that, Paula, and I don't understand that. I mean, there's abortion's a bad thing. I'm sorry, but I don't know how many abortions and stuff are in the world. If that should be the top matter,
Yeah.
our livelihood, our security, and the security of our country and our livelihood and the economy should be, I think, a more priority. Because if somebody's coming in, these illegals that are raping and killing women, it doesn't matter if you can get an abortion or not; they're already dead. If you can't have the money to pay for the doctors for the abortion, there's no need for the abortion. So one hand is one the other. I mean, we got to have. Yeah, I think it is too, Glenda, and that's why I agree on different parts. I'm open minded. I'm loudmouth. I aggravate people, but I do have my opinion. I'm not trying to. I'm not on here trying to tell everybody to go either way. It's your guys' choice. But I'm just showing you or telling you my feelings, so maybe you can go. Because I know the news says one thing, and I listen to a lot of different news or watch a lot of YouTube, and you hear on both sides they're corrupt. I'm sorry, if you're a politician, you're going to be corrupt. When you can go into office and only making like say $100,000, and in 20 years you're a millionaire, you did something wrong. I'm a woman.
Here's one of
Yep,
my
I
thoughts
didn't think so either.
is I'm I do not believe that abortion, I believe it's murder. Okay? Unless it's medically necessary or in extreme circumstances. But at the same time, like Randy said, should that be the focus, or should be repairing our roads and restoring our economy and these other things that are much more important? But here's my big problem with abortion advocacy, and it's not across the board, is that child's life is not more important than the mother's life. They both are important. And
They both are.
a lot, not all, have forgotten that the mother is as important as that baby that she's considering aborting. and I think we have lost something there, because we've only added to her guilt and her confusion in whatever situation she's in. Yes, there is a portion that use it for birth control, but there's a portion of people that are desperate and they don't know what else to do. And the enemy is pushing them one way. And we push them right into that hole because we're not practicing grace. We're not practicing love and letting God bring the conviction. But that mother is as important as that baby. And that's what gets me. And that's what frustrates me a lot is that we don't, enough said, because I
the
just see
the
that
only
not
thing
all,
on
but
the abortion, only thing on it, I agree with Dee a little bit there. Both lives are important, but the mother has a choice. I mean, sometimes yes, they get raped or whatever, and they don't really have a choice, but they had the choice to get pregnant. That baby didn't have a choice,
well, that's
and that
true.
baby has nobody to speak up for. And the baby has nobody to speak up for it. I mean, if you're going to go out there and do that, do something and get pregnant, and then that's where the men ought to stick up too. I mean, yeah, it's a woman's body, but there's a man involved, so they gotta, step up too and take care of the kid or put it in foster home or whatever. But you shouldn't just abort it unless it's there's. And then I'm conflict on this part. Is there a time period? Say like if it's in the first 3 months or something like that, maybe. I
It should
really,
never
I'm on
be.
the fence
I don't think it
on which
should be.
way.
I don't think it should ever be mid or late term unless it's a medical emergency. The baby's died or it's killing them unless it's a medical issue. I agree with you. I agree with you 100% that that child needs somebody to advocate with for them. I think the point that I was making is that we've also lost sight of the fact that God loves the mother as much as he loves that baby and wants them to find him too. And if we lose one for the other, have we really? But yes, I advocate for my great niece who will be 7 right after Thanksgiving because she's the innocent in what's going on in her parents' life and what's going on with her mother's mental illness. And I've told them if it's just the two of you, you guys have at it. But it's not. So I should modify how I say that. How I say. But I think if we were able to tend to the mother's needs better and with less condemnation and guilt that we could kill two birds with one stone. That's probably saying that wrong, using the wrong metaphor,
Man,
but you
that's
know what I
low,
mean.
D. Yeah, yeah. We. It seems like a lot of us agree on a lot of things here. And Rita, I just took my blood pressure pill, so I'm good for another couple hours.
No,
but
no, no. God doesn't want that. But when he says thou shalt not kill, is he just talking about physically? What about when you kill somebody's hope? What about when you kill somebody's joy? You steal their hope? You steal their joy? That's breaking his law as much as physically going out and stealing something from them. And it's actually, in some ways, more impactful and tangible because it's something inside of them.
Rita, now you know I'm a doctor. Take 2 aspirin and call me in the morning.
And then they'll charge you $49.99 for that 1 minute.
Yep, yep, cash or PayPal.
Well, that's true and not true, Shay Shay. That's true and not true. Sometimes it's really hard to. It's complicated.
Rita, we've been on here for almost 4 hours discussing it today. Are you going live tonight, Rita? We won't
No.
talk that on your show, but I was wondering if you was going live.
don't know. She said she did have a headache and needed an aspirin.
You gave her the headache. I didn't do it. Oh, she set
It's
up
very
alive, but it will be short and no panel. Oh, no
okay.
panel. That means
That's
you have
cool.
to talk to people.
Sorry. Sometimes
Oh,
it's
they didn't do it. You can't blame it on the grandkids. Well,
I
maybe
have
I
a
can go to sleep
headache. I
early
think it's
tonight then.
I have a headache. I think it starts with R. Oh no! Wait a minute. It's my sinuses.
Hmm. DJ, I never did that. Like I've told everybody here today, I don't have the vocabulary. I didn't have the knowledge. I always like watching a debating team. I I I really like I would like to do. Maybe we'll do this one day this week or something. Have Shay because she likes to debate. Seems like, and Joe does. But I want them to switch sides. And that's what we used to
Mm,
do in school. They used to do in school.
yeah.
You know, they give
Yeah.
them a subject, and you
Yep.
switch sides and try to, you know, debate your case on different things than what you thought. And I think that's where you learn a lot when you
You
do
do.
that. I really like that. I think you know when you debate from the other side and say your sides, you know, and then they go, you know, it's like like I say, I watch a lot of YouTube. There's people. There's a guy I don't know what his name is. He does a lot of shorts. He goes to college, and they always call him racist and fascist or whatever. But he'll get people come up and they spit at him or dump tomato juice on him or something. But he just talks to them really polite and asks them questions, and they end up turning around because they're thinking about it, or they'll walk away hateful. Some of them do, but you know, they get to debating it back and forth, and a good debate is healthy for everything.
Hmm. Well, yeah, because and you never know what might be said that you'll go and ponder, and that later that night, next week, next year, it'll pop up in your brain, and it'll go, oh, duh, you know, this is yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
I'm the
or another
sexiest
piece
man
to
on the
talk
life.
about them.
I'm the sexiest man on earth, and you'll know that tonight. Now you'll think about it.
Uh, you know, I don't know that I'm a debater. I don't know that I would have done well on the debate team, but I did learn with my father that there was a place to have even intense conversation about subjects that we disagreed
Now,
on.
one thing in our generation is wrong is when we were younger, kids were not be seen but not heard. A lot of times, I know a lot of you have heard that. You know, we weren't allowed to engage in conversation sometimes and learn different ways back and forth. We were kind of told because our family's this way, this is the way you're going to do it. We didn't have
Hmm.
opinion when we were kids, you know, or get involved and ask questions, and that is
Well,
wrong. You know,
he was the only one I could do that with. Randy was because but then he had the same identical personality as me, and he was going through the same battering from my mother, and well, not the same, but a similar battering from my mother. Um, so he was her first scapegoat, and he loved her and didn't know how to break it. But anyway, so that was a gift in and of itself. He could not advocate for me like he should have. He could not advocate for himself, but we would have good discussions. Now I couldn't anywhere else. I had no voice. I didn't exist. I was the invisible person in the corner, and everybody could talk about things like I couldn't hear or see, which drove me cray cray. But yeah, that was very generational.
Me and my dad, when I was younger, we butted heads all the time because he had his opinion or his beliefs, and he'd get loud and stuff. But I mean, we never got physical or nothing. But
Mm-mm.
he was old school. But then when I become a truck driver after I got out of service, and we're doing the same thing out here on the road, we got where we could talk a little bit more, but we still had our differences on things.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, um, like I said, sometimes it's just it's we want things sometimes to be so black and white and so cut and dry because it makes things so much easier. But grace is in the grays, and I had to learn this. I'm a very black and white person, extremely black and white. But I've had to learn one thing, losing my leg and going through what I've gone through, is that grace is found in the grays because life is full of gray areas where there aren't clear answers. That's why we have to have faith. That's why we have to have these other things. But, you know, and trust. I mean, you have that in your marriage with your wife. You have a certain level of faith and trust. And as you grow in relationship with her, even now, I'm sure that deepens and grows. And you have, but yeah, I mean, and he left me just when he was getting interesting,
Yeah, a lot
you
of
know,
people, like when I started my
you know
YouTube
what
and
I
I
mean?
started meeting people, and I talked to all you ladies, some people would ask my wife, "You trust your husband to talk to all these women and stop and meet them and different things?" And she goes, "Yes. Why shouldn't I? And they couldn't understand that. I'm out here on the road, and that I could go and talk to some other people or have conversations with them, and they just didn't. Some people just don't understand that.
Yeah. But see, yeah, where's the,
DJ. There is a lot more women in the last 10 years that are out here on the road now. My
yeah,
wife
you're,
actually is a truck driver, guys. Some of you don't know that. We met out here on the road over in Arizona,
oh,
and that's how we met. She was actually running team with another woman, and we got to talking on the phone, and that was back when the cell phone, we had roaming charges,
oh
and one
yeah,
month one of our phone bills was 2,000 and one was 1,500. And I go, man,
oh,
we got to be in the same truck. We can't afford this.
are you letting Dee Dee know that somebody coming up? Oh, I'm gonna do
Now
that.
it's not. It's getting better for women, but a few years ago, 10 to 15 years ago, it really wasn't a place. They've made it better for women out here, but it's still not quite safe because there is still a lot of stuff goes on. I mean, it ain't safe for me. I was robbed up here in Dallas years ago. Three black guys hit me in the back of the head, split my head open, and took some stuff out of my truck. I mean, so it doesn't matter if you're a woman or a man, stuff goes on out here. You just gotta be safe and park in your places. Like I try to park this lot here. It's kind of an open lot. There's no lights though, but across the street, it's a packed Lowe's truck stop. It's lit up, but they park so close. They try to run over you going in and out of it. So I always park over here, and I haven't had no problems yet here. Yeah, Glenda, once it's in your blood, you kind of people say, "Oh, you can just quit anytime," but it's not. Eh, once you, I've tried to get off the road, but they're actually DJ. There's a woman years ago I met. She goes by Rose on the CB, and her trucking name is Rose something. And I was probably in my 40s then or 30s, and she was probably in her 60s or 70s. And I used to run into her all the time. She tried to get me to go to work with her and drive with her, and she's done it for as long as I can remember. I haven't seen her in a long time, so she's probably gone. But there's some old tough women. I mean, it's like, I mean, we got a lot of tough women in the year or history. You know, running a wagon train across the country with two or three kids walking across country. They had to be tough women, and it ain't no different driving a truck, you know. But what's this idiot doing? He parked sideways, taking up two parking spots. But he is blocking the sun in my mirror.
That's a nice bonus. Well, my grandmama was um she she was the first or second court reporter in the state of Oklahoma, and the first or second in the United States. One was first and one was second because it was unheard of that women were court reporters. And she wanted to do it. It was her passion, it was her dream. So for the first 10 years of their marriage, she lived in another town so that she could um, build up her reputation. And she would come home on weekends to my grandfather, who was doing his own thing and building his law practice and stuff. So they worked it out together. But yeah, she pioneered. She was not. She was in this is what she decided she wanted to do, and she was tough. She was a 5 foot. She was just shy of 5 foot, and she was as tough as nails.
Yeah,
But
where
you
I
wouldn't
live
know her.
there, I drove through the other day through Atchison, Kansas, and I forgot about it. But I'm from the area where Amelia Earhart is from. You know, that's a pioneer woman going up into space type deal. You know,
Yeah.
Dee's got a question for you.
Oh, okay. Let me look on this side. I can't. But okay, let me see what we're doing here. Come on. Yes, I do plant vegetables. I do purple carrots, lettuce. We did cantaloupe and watermelon this year. Do lots of tomatoes, both cherry and other. I do basil so I can make my own pesto with pinon nuts or pine nuts. Um, Squash, zucchini. Um, I'm gonna try those potatoes in a hay bale. But yeah, we keep a garden. Um, we do.
Your your potatoes, I'll give you an idea how to do it. You
Well,
take
you
and
said your wife.
get you a tub
Yeah.
and put straw down. It's a whole lot easier for you going to dig in the dirt.
Well, that's what you were saying. Your wife stuck them in a straw
Yep.
bale, didn't she?
Yeah, we got old water tanks for the horses,
Right.
and she puts the straw in there, and it keeps the moisture in there. And then all you gotta do is pull the plant up, and shake the potatoes off.
Cool. See, that's what I needed to know is a
DJ
little
says
more detail.
they do the same thing. DJ does the same thing. They said.
Yeah. Um. And some years it's more abundant than others, depending on kind of health. Okay. Yeah. So from year to year, it depends on
Shannon didn't do a garden this year.
how
She
big the
just
garden
too
is.
tired
But
with everything going on.
we did a small garden this year. Um. But I will tell you, if you plant marigolds between your tomato plants and your squash plants, it will keep the bugs off.
Yep, keeps the ants out and bugs out.
Yep.
It's like a
But
disinfectant. Yep.
right, keeps those leaf eaters or green tomato worms down. Because one couple of years ago we had a marigold on either side of this huge tomato plant on one side, and like an anemic one on the other side that almost what shouldn't have been there. And the one on this side that had no marigolds was all eaten up, and we lost most of the production from it. But on this side, it was thriving. So if you want just natural good It may not be an end all be all, but you want good protection. It works. I've seen it.
Shay, Shay, I knew you as a flower child. Dee's probably got to raise all the vegetables and stuff for you, and you just eat them down.
We have chickens too. I would not.
DJ, um, there's a lady used to come on my channel all the time. It's Shirley. She used to moderate for me. She can control my channel, and she does stuff like that. She does videos of it. She's a prepper. She's in Mississippi. She's from the island somewhere. I forget which one now, but trying to think of just doing our best. And Shirley, check out her videos that's doing some of that. She's got that fish deal, what's it called, Trifonics or something like that. And
Hydroponics.
she's yeah, and they do that. She does a lot of that. They haven't went out and bought the stuff. They've actually her husband has made everything. They got a great big aquarium type deal with the fish in, and Jerry at Butler Family Farms does the same thing, and so does dang it, she's out in Colorado or yeah, not Colorado, Arizona. I'm trying to think of her name. There's a big channel. Oh, dang it. I can't think of the damn name. I went blank. But Shirley does a lot. I don't know if I can drop her link here. You can see some of her videos. But she went to work for the post office this year, and so she doesn't do that much YouTube anymore. Let's see here. There it is. Larry's the guy's name. Man, I hate that when I forget names.
My sister just sent me the Monster Mash, the old version.
Hmm. It's Halloween, the Monster Mash.
The Monster Mash.
And it's still not dark yet, and I'm parked, guys.
There you go. Oh no, I can't see.
Get your finger out of your eye. Well, guys, we've been on here 4 hours today. I've enjoyed all of it, but I'm going to eat my supper here.
Oh yeah.
And so I appreciate everybody coming in. I hate to close it down. There's 10 in the house still. I don't like doing that when there's a lot of people. You know, a lot. 10's a lot to me. You know, when they're having a conversation and stuff. But I'm getting really tired. I got up at 5 this morning, and so I'm getting really tired. I will. I don't have to worry, Shay Shay. You're not in the streets over here, so I'll be safe. Wait a minute.
I've got to go anyway, Randy, because I
Oh,
gotta
that was cool.
eat and
Love you too, Cheryl. I love all of you, and I I couldn't do this without you guys, and I mean this, guys. You guys help me go down the road because I get tired of driving anymore. I it motivates me to go having a conversation with people or talking to people. I can't just listen to the radio. Nobody's on the CBs no more, and I really love my time with the people on YouTube. My wife says I'm addicted or whatever, and I stopped doing it for a while, and I got to be a bigger asshole than I am. And she says you need to go talk to your friends, and so I started back up doing it a little bit, here and there, but it helps me going down the road a lot. I do more miles. Like yesterday, we did our live afterwards. I watched Rita all morning, and we did the live yesterday afternoon. I did 650 miles, and I usually only do about 500 miles anymore. Like today here, I was going to stop 40 miles down the road, but we were really talking, and I missed the truck stop that I stopped at, and I got an extra 40 miles in. So I really love y'all, and everybody. I try to make everybody welcome, and enjoy themselves. But every once in a while, I like to have a discussion.
yeah.
They're most of the time I'm aggravating and trying to be funny, but every once in a while I like to be a little bit serious. I don't do it every day, but I do like to do it once in a while.
No, because then we'd have to check your temperature.
And then doing that, like Joe's been sharing our stories with her life with us. You get to know the person behind the camera too. You get to know more about them. It's like the other night. I know I'm going to be like Rita. I'm signing off, but here 10 minutes later, I'm still blabbering. And but you know, I I know there's women being abused by their husbands out here in the world, but I didn't realize it on Rita's the other night. There's so many people that have had to live through that. My mom wasn't abused. My dad and mom were married their whole lives. I don't know how many years it was, forever. My dad never abused me. Now my mom abused my dad one time. He'd come home drunk, and she took a frying pan and hit him. Called his brother, and she said, "I think I killed the son of a bitch." And that was the funniest thing I ever seen my mom do. And all it did was knock him out. But he deserved it. He come home drunk, but he wasn't being mean or nothing. But it was just funny the way she did it. And but I don't know. It's nice to know. Like a lot of you, I'm friends with Facebook, and I share things and talk to people on Facebook. And so when I'm not on YouTube, and I do have, here's the other phone, guys. See, I got two phones, so I'm usually doing two different things at a time. That's why Cheryl beats me in Rita's most of the time, because I get the notification on the phones and I'm on something else. By the time I flip over, Cheryl's already beat me. But I've rambled rambled. Get the words out. I've talked long enough. So I'll see you into Rita's for the short video tonight or somewhere else. But I do love you all, and I appreciate it. Bye.
Thank you, Randy. Love you, bro. Have a good night.